And a very pleasant good evening, baseball fans, and welcome to another edition of Klamath Falls Falcons Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on MyBasin.com. The Falcons back on the road today at Eagle Point High School for an area doubleheader against the North Jackson Royals. My name is Josh Eldridge. Thank you so much for joining us today. We've got one game starting here in the next 5 or so minutes at 5 o'clock, and then the second game of the night scheduled to start at 7 is the Falcons enter with an 18-5-1 overall record. They are 8-1 in area play. North Jackson, they are 5-3 overall in the season and in area play, coming off a win their last time out against South Medford, but over a week and a half ago is the last time North Jackson has played. Meantime, the Falcons have done nothing but play baseball for the last week and a half. A couple of games on the road, that long trip to Alaska, a home date against Grants Pass a couple of nights ago. Then even yesterday, we're here in Jackson County taking on the Phoenix Pirates. So what's going to overcome here? The rested North Jackson Royals or the battle-tested Klamath Falls Falcons? We're going to find out here in just a moment. First, we'll step aside, and then we'll introduce you to the starting lineups for both teams. Coming up next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Josh Eldridge back with you ahead of first pitch between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the North Jackson Royals here at Eagle Point High School. Klamath Falls Falcons getting ready to get things going against Carson Robinson, the right-hander on the mound for North Jackson. Max Price is followed in the order by Connor Shively batting second at shortstop. Jacoby Takini is the catcher batting third. Colin Takini at second base bats cleanup, followed by P.J. Safford, the pitcher, batting fifth. Ian Meyer at third base hits sixth as our first pitch comes across out of the zone. 2 minutes ahead of schedule today, 4:58 here at Eagle Point High School. And 80 degrees right now. There's a storm brewing behind us, but hopefully it stays behind us today as no rain in the forecast yet. Should be cooling down to the mid-70s as the game continues tonight. The count of ball and a strike to Max Price. Batting seventh for the Falcons, Corbin Hamilton at first base. Carson Sims is in right field, batting eighth. And Ryan Douglas rounds out the order for the Falcons, and he bats ninth in left field. A 2-1 count to Max Price. Delivery on the way from Robinson. This time graces the inside part of the plate for a strike. The count is even to the Falcons' leadoff hitter. And Carson Robinson making his second start of the summer as he delivers the pitch to Price. Hit in the air to left center field. The center fielder Tribber moving over. He makes the catch on the run, and that will be the first out in the first inning. Had to run quite a long way to bring that one in, but a loud first out of the ball game recorded against Max Price. It'll bring up Connor Shively. Want to give you Rest of the outlook on Carson Robinson, the starting pitcher for North Jackson, as he gets ready to deliver the pitch to Connor Shively. It's a curveball, again lifted into center field. Tribber doesn't have to move as much to set that one away, and the second out in the first inning. As I said, Robinson making his second start of the summer. His first start came on June 12th. That was against Central Point, and pitched really well against the Comets. In 4 innings, gave up 4 hits, 3 runs, although just 1 of them earned. He didn't strike out anybody, but was consistent in that effort. He did get hit around a little bit in his last outing. It was in relief against South Medford. The pitch to Jacoby Takini dropped in there for a strike, the breaking ball, and the count is 0-1. In 2 1/3 innings pitched on June 21st, he gave up 3 hits, 3 earned runs, and he hit 3 batters. And he saw his ERA balloon up to 4.42 in that outing, and that's how he enters in today. The count, a ball and a strike to Jacoby Takini, with Colin Takini waiting on deck. Here's the pitch from Robinson. Takini sends a one-hopper down to third. Playing the hot corner is Nugent. Throw on to first, though, is in time, and that will retire the side. The Falcons down in order in the top of the first, and North Jackson will get their chance coming up next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Time to reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
At Eisler Group, they are confident that their tax and accounting professionals are experienced and trained like no one else. From individual, corporate, partnership, estate, trust, Eisler Group stands ready to help you with all of your financial, tax, and accounting needs. They have been in Klamath Falls for nearly 60 years, raising their families here and being part of the community. The Eisler Group can be found at eislerkf.com. That's ISLERKF.com. eislerkf.com.
P.J. Safford finishing up his warm-up tosses ahead of the bottom of the first inning between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the North Jackson Royals. P.J. Safford will go up against the North Jackson lineup that goes like this. Leading off is their catcher, Ryan McFall. Skylar Tribber is batting second in center field. Carson Robinson, the pitcher, bats third for North Jackson, followed by the shortstop, Colin Stockton. Batting fifth is Braden Nugent, the third baseman. Mason DeVry is in left field, batting sixth. Hitting seventh is Nathan Mallory at first base. Cooper White, the second baseman, bats eighth. And Colton Pierce is in right field. He bats ninth for the Royals. Like I said, P.J. Safford, the right-hander on the mound for Klamath Falls today. He is making his 4th start of the season, his 7th appearance overall. In 20 2/3 innings pitched, he's allowed 23 hits, 12 runs, although just 5 of them earned. He's got 23 strikeouts, and that's all good for an ERA of 1.69. Getting the start today for Klamath Falls. The defense behind him, Jacoby Takini is catching, Ian Myers at third, Connor Shively at short, with Colin Takini at second and Corbin Hamilton at first. Ryan Douglas is in left, Max Price is in center, and Carson Sims is in right. First pitch on the way to Ryan McFall is going to miss upstairs. A fastball. Safford falls behind. The count is 1-0. McFall, the team's leading hitter for North Jackson, batting .480 coming into the game today, as the next pitch misses inside as well. Although, like I said, not a ton of games in the books for North Jackson so far this year. This is only their 9th game of the summer, and compare that to what will be the 26th game of the summer for Klamath Falls. It's quite the disparity, not only between the Falcons and the North Jackson Royals, but between the Falcons and really the rest of the league, as the 3-0 pitch gets across on the outside part of the plate. Here's the 3-1 pitch. That one's lifted into the air, into center field. Price over a couple of steps, brings it in for the first out. This will bring up Skylar Tribber coming up next for North Jackson. And just to go micro before we go macro with the schedule disparity, it's been since June 24th since North Jackson played their last game. It was a doubleheader against South Medford as a curveball dropped in for a strike. Looked maybe like it was a slider from PJ, but regardless, a breaking pitch across to Tribber and gets across fastball for now the count being 0-2 to the center fielder for the Royals. Safford's 0-2 pitch is going to miss outside 1-2. So while North Jackson hasn't played since the 24th, the Falcons played Palmer, they played Wasilla, Madisonville, all at the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament. And then they went to Anchorage, where they played South Anchorage, Chugiak, Kenai, and a couple of games on the 29th. They also played on July 1st, July 2nd, and now here on July 3rd as Safford drops in strike one to Carson Robinson after setting down Tribber on strikes. Safford works quickly on the mound. The 0-1 pitch, that one's also in there for a strike. The inside corner, that time on the breaking ball from Safford, and ready to go already with the 0-2. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. It's in the dirt. Takini tries to apply the tag, isn't able to do that, but the throw down to first is in time, and North Jackson down in order. A couple of strikeouts to end the frame for Safford. Sends us to the top of the second inning next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool. On the field. Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends. Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
Getting set for the top of the second inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. We are scoreless, getting ready for the top of the second inning. It'll be Colin Takini, PJ Safford, and Ian Meyer to bat for the Falcons this half inning. Coming off a loss their last time out against Phoenix. They lost 10-8 at Lithium Driveway Field number 9 yesterday. And it was kind of a curious game. It kind of felt like the tale of two games in one single 9-inning affair yesterday. The Falcons, for whatever reason, were off to a very slow start yesterday. They fell behind 10-1 by the time the bottom of the fourth inning was concluded. They scored a single run in the second and were silent up until the seventh inning. The Falcons were able to really turn it on. In that performance, Colin Takini, who steps in now, was 1 for 4 with an RBI as that pitch misses below his knees. And the count is 1-0 to get started here in the top of the second inning. But the Falcons yesterday clawed back, I think showing a lot of character against that Phoenix squad as the 1-0 finds the outside part of the zone, maybe looked a little off the plate, but in there called a strike. The count is even at a ball and a strike to Takini. 3 runs in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, and 2 in the 9th. The Falcons were able to get the tying run on base and the go-ahead run at the plate before the game unfortunately ended. The Falcons just running out of time. Too big of a hill to climb in a 9-run deficit, but they made it close as Takini, it's the 1-2 pitch to right field. Backpedaling is Pierce. He brings that one in for the first out. This will bring up PJ Safford. Safford was 1 for 2 with a run scored in the game yesterday against Phoenix. Also getting the start today, so looking to help himself out a bit in the right-handed batter's box. I think the real thorn yesterday for the Falcons, and I said it on the air yesterday too, is the 15 runners that they had left on base as that pitch nearly came in and got Safford, but he ducks out of the way, 1-0. They had 18 hits leading to only 8 runs, and again, it was a season-high 15 runners left on base yesterday against Phoenix. They're going to want to straighten out that number. Now in a league contest against North Jackson as the 1-0 pitch missed outside to Safford. The count is 2-0 to the Falcons pitcher. The delivery on the way is hit into right field and in for a base hit. Safford, with the first knock of the ball game for either team, comes with 1 out in the top of the second inning. Brings up Ian Meyer. getting the start today at third base. Meyer in a few at-bats yesterday, but wound up 0 for 2 in the game against Phoenix. Not only did the Falcons set a single-game high for runners left on base, they did also set a single-game high for the most at-bats offensively in a game as well. Just a ton of offense. There were 43 Falcon at-bats yesterday. That pitch misses high and in. To give you an idea of what happened last time the Falcons had a ton of ABs like that, the previous record holder in a single game was the 28-2 win against Grants Pass. You think you get 40-something at-bats, you'd like to turn it into more than only 8 runs, but now the key is going to have to be to put that game behind you and focus on this one against North Jackson. Meyer lifts a high fly ball to right field, and Pierce makes the catch in foul territory for the second out in the second inning. Quite a bit of foul territory here at Eagle Point. There's a very rudimentary measurement before the game. It's about 20 paces from the foul line to the fence. So a lot of foul territory here at Eagle Point for guys to make plays on. It's 316 down either line, 352 to straightaway center field. With 2 outs and runner on first, here's Corbin Hamilton for the Falcons. The delivery from Robinson will miss in the dirt. The count is 1-0. Hamilton certainly had a good day yesterday. Was 3 for 5 in the loss against Phoenix. But as I said, I want to just wrap up the thought on that game. Showed a lot of heart trying to come back at the end of that game after being down 10-1 as Hamilton blasts one into the gap. It's going to get down extra bases. Rounding second, now digging for third is P.J. Safford. They're going to hold him up there, and a 2-out double for Corbin Hamilton puts 2 men in scoring position for Carson Sims. That hit for Hamilton, by the way, extending his current hitting streak, now a 15-game hitting streak for Corbin Hamilton, which is the team's season high in that number. And all that heart that the Falcons showed yesterday, again, just want to wrap up that thought. They're going to have to really use it today to not only put that game behind them, but an important one today against North Jackson as Sims takes that pitch upstairs. Count is 1-0. You look at the standings, and I'll bring them up for you a little bit later on, but North Jackson right now in third place in our conference. And the Falcons are in second place as Sims lifts one into the air in the infield. The second baseman, White, will move underneath it and make the catch, which will retire the side. Couple of base hits in the inning for the Falcons, but they can't get any runs across. They leave 2 stranded and will go to the bottom of the second next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
the pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
MyBasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Well, before we get started in the bottom of the second inning of a scoreless ball game between Klamath Falls and North Jackson, I want to bring on your screen now the standings as of this morning in Area 4 in our conference. Central Point leading the pack right now, 11-1 in league play. Klamath Falls Falcons 8-1. These North Jackson Royals are 5-3, followed by South Medford, then North Medford, then Grants Pass. As the first pitch from Safford finds the zone against Colin Stockton, it'll be 4, 5, and 6 due up this half inning for the Royals. Safford, as I said, got ahead 0-1, and that time the pitch misses away. Count is even at a ball and a strike. Stockton coming into this game, batting .227 for North Jackson as Safford delivers the 1-1 pitch. Popped up to the left side of the infield in foul territory. Meyer moves over and is unable to bring it in, and that will fall in foul territory, making the count a ball and 2 strikes. After Stockton, number 5 hitter Nugent on deck, and DeVry, number 6 hitter, after him, as Safford in a 1-2 count against Stockton. 4 of his 5 hits this season have been singles, 5 runs scored, 5 RBI for Stockton as well, batting cleanup for the Royals. Safford delivers the 1-2. It's a pitch in the dirt, misses outside as well, 2-2. Stockton will be class of 27 for Eagle Point High School, home of the Eagles. The 2-2 is hit right back up the middle, bounces off the pitcher's mound and gets underneath the glove of Colin Takinian into center field. Good effort there by the Falcons' second baseman, but a tough ball to play coming off the mound means a leadoff single for Colin Stockton to start the second inning. So with Stockton aboard at first, here's Braden Nugent. Nugent this season batting .286 for the North Jackson Royals. Nothing particularly jumps off the page for him, as towards the bottom of the team in batting. As the pitch is called a strike, it looked like Nugent was showing bunt there. Pulled back, but was still called a strike against him. And the count is 0-1. Modest lead off of first for Stockton. Not much. Takes an extra half step as Safford comes set. Another bunt attempt by Nugent. This one kicks foul down the first base side, and the count will be 0-2. And the bunt likely off now for Nugent with that runner aboard at first, obviously trying to move him over into scoring position for the bottom part of the order. Again, DeVry, who's on deck, one of the team's better hitters, at least statistically speaking, towards the top of the team in RBI, trying to get him up with a runner in scoring position. But now again with 2 strikes, Nugent going to be swinging away from the right-handed batter's box. Safford comes set with the 0-2. The delivery is a slider that misses off the plate outside, and the count is 1-2. Talked a little bit about the time off for North Jackson so far this past week and a half, but all their games have been against league opponents so far. They began the season back on June 10th with a sweep against Grants Pass. The Diggers, they beat them 2-1 and 10-0. On June 12th, they were swept and were shut out in 2 games against Central Point, 6-0 and 8-0. Safford looks again with the 1-2 to Nugent. And the pitch misses high and in. Count even now, 2 balls and 2 strikes. June 17th, they picked up their first sweep in area play against the Medford Mavericks, won 11-4 and 16-6 in that doubleheader. And then most recently, like I said, on the 24th. But first, a line drive into right field, and that's going to get down and roll near the wall. Rounding second, headed for third, is Stockton. They're waving him all the way in. The throw in is not going to be in time, and an RBI double from Braden Nugent will score Colin Stockton and give North Jackson an early 1-0 lead in the bottom of the second inning. Got down into right center field and just continued to roll near the warning track between Sims and Price. Scoring a run, Nugent winds up at second. Still nobody out in the inning for Mason DeVry. As I said, for him, batting from the left side, a guy that North Jackson feels confident about in this spot, batting .350 and 4 RBI on the season. Pitch on the way. He's showing bunt, but Safford drops in a breaking pitch for a strike, and the count is 0-1. After DeVry in the order, it's Nathan Mallory. Decent lead off a second for Nugent. The shortstop Shively trying to hold him there. Stationed right behind him as Safford comes set. Checks on the runner. Holds the stare before delivering home. This is high. Count is even, 1-1 to Mason DeVry. He'll be class of 26 at Eagle Point High School. Just wrapped up his junior campaign with the Eagles. Of course, sharing a head coach as well. Tyson Wolf, the head coach not only of these Royals, but also the Eagle Point Eagles. 1-1 delivery on the way from Safford. Two-seam fastball in the outside corner called a strike. Nice location against the lefty for Safford. That two-seamer kind of running away from that left-handed hitter, but still able to find the outside corner of the plate. Safford ahead, 1-2. Takini again gives the target. Safford checks the runner at second as Nugent takes another half step. Safford delivers another two-seam fastball running away, gets a swing and a miss for strike 3. Third strikeout of the game for Safford, and that's a big one there to set down the first out in the second inning and keep that runner at second base. It'll bring up Nathan Mallory for North Jackson, batting .346 this season for the Royals. All 9 of his hits have been singles. No RBI for him yet this year, and an opportunity for him to notch his first with that runner in scoring position. Nugent not as aggressive on second base, but again waits for Safford to check on him before taking an extra half step. Safford tries to go inside with the breaking pitch against the right-handed hitter, but misses, and the count is 1-0. After Mallory in the order, it's Cooper White. Already 1 run home this inning for North Jackson after the leadoff single from Stockton. He scored on the double from Nugent, and that's how he got out to second base. 1-0 on the way to Mallory. Safford, though, this time going to step off. Held that stare for just a bit longer and caused Nugent to retreat to second base. Shively still there trying to hold him. Stationed right behind the runner. Now Colin Takini in on the action as Safford comes set again. This time delivering the 1-0 pitch. Breaking pitch around the knees. Maybe a little bit off the outside part of the plate, but east to west, at least in the first inning and a half, has gone the way of the pitcher so far in this game. A little bit off the inside, a little bit off the outside, and that time Safford finding that little bit off the outside. The 1-1. It's another outside fastball line drive by the diving glove of Takini into right field. They're going to hold up Nugent at third, so it'll put runners at the corners for Cooper White. So White getting ready to step in for North Jackson. Batting .143 this season for the Royals. He is 2 for his first 14, so not a terribly large sample size for him, although he does have 2 RBI on the season. So if you take that success rate, whenever he gets a base hit, he's half as likely to drive in a run. In this scenario, no different, as Safford goes low and away with that off-speed pitch again, finding that similar location that he used that last at-bat to get ahead. Count is 0-1. White steps out before readying for this pitch. Colton Pierce is on deck for North Jackson. Runners at the corners and 1 out. The pitch. Tries to work outside again with the slider, though that time dipping below the zone. The count is even at 1-1. White, also class of 26 for Eagle Point. Be a senior next year. The 1-1 from Safford. Runner on the move, but the ball hit foul. Count ball and 2 strikes. Seen teams try to get aggressive against the Falcons this year on the base paths, but they've done a good job of being able to handle runners on base. I'd say, and I said it at the beginning of the summer and even at the beginning of the springtime for the Henley season, I think the biggest improvement for these Klamath Falls baseball teams has been their smarts in and around the base paths on offense and on defense, as Safford lets that one dip below the zone 2-2. Whether it's aggressiveness when running the bases or being able to handle the run down a little bit better, just being aware of the runners on base, I think was something that last year's squad struggled with, that this year's team don't feel that same lack of confidence. As a throw down to second, trying to apply the tag to Mallory, who is on the move. Throw was there, but Takini couldn't squeeze it, applying the tag. The ball popped free, and Mallory is in scoring position. That pitch missed the zone as well, so the count is full. First base is open, and now there's 2 men in scoring position with 1 out in the bottom of the second inning in a 1-0 ball game in which the Falcons trail the Royals. Safford able to work out of the windup now on the 3-2. Drops in the slider, got White looking for the second strikeout here in the second inning. That slider outside has been money for Safford through the first inning and a half so far. He's now set down 4 batters on strikes, and it brings up Colton Pierce. Pierce this season batting .333 for North Jackson, here with 2 outs and 2 men in scoring position. Safford with the pitch. Fastball over the heart of the plate. And the count is 0-1 as Pierce looked straight at it. On deck is Ryan McFall. That's the top of the order, due up next for North Jackson. And timeout is called as Coach Craig Connor comes on out of the dugout, gives us a moment to remind you today's broadcast on mybasin.com, brought to you in part by Gino's Cafe on East Main Street. They're open every morning at 6:30, serving their famous breakfast burritos. Those are served all day long, along with other menu items like burgers, monthly specials, and Italian favorites. You can order online at iloveginos.com, or you can have it brought right to you on DoorDash. I think it might be about time for me to get a Southwest chicken wrap from Gino's here pretty soon. That's my go-to when I go down there on East Main Street. There's a quick conference on the mound for Coach Connor as Safford back out there. The count is 0-1 to Colton Pierce. At second base is Nathan Mallory. At third base is Braden Nugent in a 1-0 ball game in the bottom of the second inning. Safford, again, able to work from the windup. The batter called time, I believe, and he did. Safford still delivered the pitch, was waiting for sure from the designation from the umpire, but Pierce called time. I think there was more than just me who was confused about that, but it was time, so no pitch. The count remains 0-1. And now Safford, instead of working from the windup, opts to throw from the stretch. Takes a deep breath, kicks and delivers, and misses down and in. Count is even now at a ball and a strike. Pierce, I believe one of the younger players on this team. Couldn't find any record of him with the Eagle Point baseball program this year. But stands tall in the right-handed batter's box as he awaits the 1-1 pitch from Safford. Steps and fires. A slider misses below the zone. Count is 2-1. As I said, first base is open, but you got the top of the lineup to contend with next. Safford going to go right after Pierce in a 2-1 count. Takini delivers the sign. Safford set and delivers the pitch. Ground ball out towards second. Takini comes up with it cleanly. Will throw on to first in time, and that will end the inning. 1 run on 3 hits for North Jackson. They leave 2 men stranded, but they take a 1-0 lead as we go to the top of the third on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
We drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Getting set for the top of the third inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. My name is Josh Eldridge. Thank you for joining us for another edition of Falcons baseball today. It's a 1-0 ball game. The top of the third inning. Want to clue you in on a couple of the changes that we've got to the schedule coming up for the month of July for the Falcons. So if you look on your screen right now on mybasin.com, you'll see all of the upcoming games. It includes the one today at the very top at North Jackson. But back at home against South Umpqua on July 6th, July 8th, a home doubleheader against South Medford. Picked up a game at North Eugene at Sweet Johnson Stadium on July 9th. Same for the game on July 10th at the Salem Dodgers. A few home games coming up midway through the month, and then we finish out the season at North Medford and at Central Point. If you haven't seen this schedule yet, take a screenshot, take a picture, whatever you got to do, but that is the schedule subject to change moving forward for the Klamath Falls Falcons. It's also up on our website on mybasin.com/Falcons. There you can find the schedule for the month, which you just saw. You can also see updated standings, all the game recaps from the season thus far, and all of our past Falcons live streams are right there as well. As Ryan Douglas steps in, the number 9 hitter for the Klamath Falls Falcons. He takes the first pitch for a strike. The next one misses inside, and the count is even to Ryan Douglas. That curveball came in and hit him, and he will take first. Top of the order now for the Falcons, it's Max Price as Klamath Falls looking to get back the single run they gave up in the bottom of the second. As Max Price gets ready to hit, he's 0 for 1 today. Price flew out to center field back in the first inning. The game yesterday in the loss, Max Price was 1 for 5. He scored a run in that contest. Set on the mound is Robinson. Pitch misses outside. Count 1-0 to Price. On the season, Max is hitting .382. Has started every single game for the Falcons this year, only joining P.J. Safford and Jacoby Takini as Falcons to have started every game of the summer. Hard ground ball to short, backhanded by Stockton. Goes on to White for 1, but the throw down to first is going to take the first baseman off the bag. He ran into the runner, Price. Price tripped up on him, otherwise probably would have ran to second, but it's just a tough play as he got tripped up on the first baseman, and so reaching first, and it will bring up Connor Shively. Shively batting from the left side, corner infield, protecting bunt, and the runner's on the move. Price is going to slide in safely. The throw took the shortstop well off the bag. And now into scoring position with one away is Max Price. Going to say he reached on a fielder's choice, so no error on the play that allowed Price to reach first. So he was about ready to beat out that throw anyway, even before it took the first baseman off the bag. Count 2-0 to Shively. And I think they were talking about Robinson trying to step off, making sure he didn't balk. That was what the North Jackson dugout was trying to get to him. They called time, have a quick discussion. Shively 0 for 1 in this game. He flew out to center field back in the first inning. On the season, Shively's the team's second leading hitter, batting .482. There's quite a wide gap between the top two guys being Carson Sims and Connor Shively, and then the rest of the team. Like I said, Shively batting .482. The next best would be Max Price, standing out there at second, batting .382. So 100-point difference between the top two guys and the rest of the team. Count 3-0 to Connor Shively. Jacoby Takini is on deck. Set is Robinson and the pitch. Shively looks at that one for strike one. Looks like Robinson dialed back the velocity maybe on a changeup or a fastball, but turned it back to just get across a pitch in the zone, and he did. The count to Shively's 3-1. Delivery on the way, and that one misses up and away. Shively takes the walk. 2 men on now for Jacoby Takini. Takini 0 for 1 in the contest. He grounded out in the first inning, but a good RBI opportunity for a good RBI hitter. Takini batting .267 on the summer and has 22 RBI on the season. Pitch on the way. Hit in the air, center field, right at the center fielder, though. Tribber hardly has to move to set that one away for the second out. Can't hit a ball much harder than that right at a guy, and it'll bring up Colin Takini. Takini also 0 for 1 in the contest. He flew out to right field in the second inning, trying to find the Falcons' first run here in the top of the third. They trail North Jackson 1-0 in game one of a doubleheader tonight. Pitch on the way to Takini. No, we'll have to wait. Throw over to second, and Price scurries on back without a slide. He's back safely. So he's out there in scoring position. Connor Shively still aboard at first after the walk. Robinson comes set. Again, ready to deliver to Takini, and he fouls it straight back. Count is 0-1 to the Falcons' second baseman. On the season, Colin this year batting .333. He's been right around that mark for most of the summer. Just a consistent hitter this year for the Falcons. If there's been one thorn in his side, it's been the strikeout totals but has still been able to come up big in a lot of spots for the team this year. His 27 RBI is second most on the team. Count is a ball and a strike to him now. Product of Lakeview High School readies for the pitch. Here it comes. Hit to the right side, behind first base, looks drifting out of play, and it does. Count moves to a ball and 2 strikes to Colin. P.J. Safford is on deck for the Falcons. Inning started with Ryan Douglas getting hit by a pitch. Now, he was out when Price reached on a fielder's choice. Price then stole second, and Shively walked. That's how we get where we are with 2 men on and 2 men out. And the pitch to Colin Takini will drift away. Count moves to 2-2. Falcons have played 15 games in the span of July 18th to now, as a line drive to right field gets down and a base hit. They are waving around Price to score. The throw in from right field is not going to be there. Price slides in safely. The ball bounces over the head of the catcher McFall, and everyone else advances a station. An RBI single for Colin Takini ties the game at 1. And now there's runners at second and third for P.J. Safford, as Shively advances to third, and Takini again advancing on the throw in from the outfield. Give him a single, but standing at second base for Safford, who's 1 for 1 today. A nice base hit the opposite way for Colin. Scoring Price. It was a close play at home, but as I stated, the ball coming in from right field. A good throw from Pierce. Just wound up bouncing over the head of the catcher McFall. Here's the first pitch to Safford. First pitch swinging in a ground ball up the middle, into center field. 1 run is in to score, and also Colin Takini in to score as well. A 2 RBI single for Safford gives the Falcons a 3-1 advantage. Safford now 2 for 2 on the day, and that one scoring a couple of runs as well. Ian Meyer now stepping in for the Falcons. He's 0 for 1 today. Big time spot there for PJ to come up, adding RBIs number 18 and 19 on the summer. As the pitch drifts away, 1-0. For the sake of finalizing the thought on Colin, when he had his RBI single, put him at 28 on the summer as well. Sun coming out a little bit here at Eagle Point. It was gray skies a moment ago, but I think we're seeing the storm, as I said, move behind us as Meyer lifts one into the air in left field. DeVry in a couple of steps, and he makes the catch to end the inning. But the Falcons score 3 runs on 2 base hits in the inning, and they leave a man stranded. They take a 3-1 lead to the bottom of the 3rd inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
Set for the bottom of the 3rd inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports. The Klamath Falls Falcons surging in the top half of this inning to take their 3-1 lead. Now P.J. Safford, who came up with a 2 RBI single in that frame, will have to go to work against the top of the North Jackson order. It's Ryan McFall, Skylar Tribber, and Carson Robinson. North Jackson looks for a way back into the ball game. Safford continuing to deal out there into the 3rd inning of his start. He's the only Falcon to pitch a complete game this summer, as that pitch misses upstairs. Back in the game in Alaska, it was the second game of the 5-2-9 midseason classic in which Safford got the ball against the Chugiak Mustangs. Safford pitching 7 innings in that contest, giving up 9 hits and 4 earned runs, striking out 4, and was pretty economic too. Only 80 pitches thrown, but that's the only occasion in which a Falcons starting pitcher has gone the distance this year, as he misses 4 straight pitches inside to Ryan McFall, and he works a walk to begin the 3rd inning. It's always a good feeling when you feel like you can hand a guy the ball and you know you're going to get a lengthy start out of him. I think Colin Tacchini falls into that category too. When we get to see him pitch, you feel like you're going to get 5 or 6 innings out of him. Same with PJ out there. And that's not the case for everyone on every team, but when you have a couple of guys like that, certainly helps the confidence. As Tribber lays down a bunt, Meyer comes up with it. Throw on to first is there, but advancing to second is McFall. And so he's into scoring position now with 1 away in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Bring up Carson Robinson, the pitcher for North Jackson, trying to help out his own cause, much like PJ did himself in the top half of this inning. But so far in the game, Robinson is 0 for 1. He struck out in the 1st inning. 1 of 4 to strike out against Safford thus far. Safford set. And here's the pitch. 2-seam fastball graces the outside part of the zone, starting off the plate, but then creeping back over the black to get ahead 0-1. Safford set again, working quickly out there. Takes a look at the runner. Pretty aggressive lead for McFall off of second, but Safford goes off speed pitch, hit in the air center field. Price over to his right. The catch is made. Runner remains at second on the good throw in from the outfield. And here's the cleanup hitter, Colin Stockton, with 2 away and a runner in scoring position. Stockton 1 for 1 today. He singled and scored in the 2nd inning. He's, of course, been the only offense for North Jackson to this point in the ball game. The shortstop is class of 27 for Eagle Point High School. Will be a junior this upcoming year. Waits the first offering from P.J. Safford. Here it comes. Line drive, right to Shively at short. Makes the catch on the fly to end the inning. No base hits, but 1 runner left for North Jackson in their 3rd inning. They trail the Falcons 3-1 as we go to the 4th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Getting set for the top of the 4th inning, and a check of the line score for both teams as the Klamath Falls Falcons lead North Jackson 3-1. 3 runs on 4 hits, 1 error, and 3 runners left for Klamath Falls. For North Jackson thus far, they've scored 1 run on 3 hits. They've committed no errors, and they've left 3 runners on base. It'll be Corbin Hamilton, Carson Sims, and Ryan Douglas due up for the Klamath Falls Falcons in this inning. That is 7, 8, and 9 in the order as they look to add a little insurance in a 2-run ball game. First of a doubleheader tonight from Eagle Point High School. Taking a look at some other games going on in our league. I believe we're the only action tonight in Area 4. And that is the case. Only show in Southern Oregon as Corbin Hamilton lifts a high fly ball into shallow center field. It's the second baseman, White, who calls everybody off and makes the catch. One pitch and one out in the top of the fourth inning. Here comes Carson Sims, the number 8 hitter in the order for the Falcons. Sims is 0 for 1 in the contest. Popped out to second base, much like Hamilton just did, except Sims did it back in the second inning. Now trying to lead off a rally for the Falcons as he watches a breaking pitch drift away. The count is 1-0. Sims picking up 3 hits in the game yesterday against Phoenix, despite the loss, as he takes a pitch inside there, 2-0. Sims has been very solid in spurts so far this summer. Still the only Falcon with a 6-hit game on the season. He's got, 9 multi-hit games on the season for him. That number ranks 3rd most behind Connor Shively and Max Price. This time, though, he'll just work a 4-pitch walk, and it'll bring up Ryan Douglas with a runner on first and 1 out. Douglas was hit by a pitch in his first at-bat. That was back in the 3rd inning, or his first plate appearance, I should say. Looking for more here. It was just a curveball that hit him in the back, so no lasting damage, I'm sure, for Douglas. As the corners come in, protecting bunt. Douglas takes a fastball around the knees over the plate, called a strike. Count is 0-1. Douglas on the season is batting .333 for the Falcons. He's got 9 runs batted in. Robinson set on the hill for North Jackson ahead of the 0-1 pitch. Here it comes. That one is going to be off the bat behind Douglas. It hits in front of the mound, and the throw on to first is going to get him. He tried to duck out of the way of being hit by a pitch, but it hit the bat behind him and then bounced out to the pitcher's mound, where Douglas was promptly thrown out at first. Not something you see every day, or really ever for that matter, but it will go back to the top of the lineup now with a runner at second and 2 away. Tough break there for Douglas, but that's why they teach you to drop the bat when the ball's going to hit you. First pitch to Price. Line drive by the shortstop into center field. Waving around Sims. The throw in from center field is late, and Sims will score on the RBI single from Max Price. It's a 4-1 ball game, and the Falcons lead in the top of the 4th inning. Price advancing to second on the throw in from center field as well. And so a runner remains in scoring position for Connor Shively, batting .482 this season, and 33 RBI leads the pack. Another opportunity here for the Falcons shortstop. First pitch is taken away. Count is 1-0. After Shively, it's Jacoby Takini for the Klamath Falls Falcons. It's Robinson looking in, gets the sign from McFall, and comes set. The shortstop, Stockton, trying to keep the runner at second honest as Shively chases a breaking pitch in around his shoelaces. The count is even now at a ball and a strike. Shively walked his last time up, but he came around to score in the 3rd inning. Otherwise, he flew out to center field back in the 1st. The 1-1. Shively fists that one foul off the inside part of the bat. Falls behind in the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Decent 2-strike hitter is Shively. You got to be to hit where he's hitting on the team. An on-base percentage of 51.5%. He's got a good approach. Robinson set. The second baseman, White, now trying to tail over to second as Shively takes a pitch below the knees, called strike 3. And that will set down the 4th inning for the Falcons. But they do score a run on one base hit. An RBI single from Max Price makes it a 4-1 ball game. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Wait, all I do is wait. So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Ready for the bottom of the fourth inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports. MyBasin.com, 5, 6, and 7. 2 up for North Jackson in this inning. That's Braden Nugent, Mason DeVry, and Nathan Mallory. Safford still out there working, getting ready for the fourth inning of his start. It's been thrown well, only got into a little bit of trouble in the second inning. One run came across. Otherwise, Safford has been efficient so far in the ball game, hoping for more of that here in the fourth, and a good start as he gets across strike one to Braden Nugent. Nugent is 1 for 1 today, and RBI double came back in the second inning. Safford that time misses inside with the off-speed pitch. The count is even at a ball and a strike. Wind picking up a little bit, but temperature continuing to drop here in North Jackson County. And that one is popped up foul and will wind up on the netting that is placed above us here at Eagle Point High School. It's netting, I would assume, to protect the fans. But if you're not bringing your glove to the ballpark, what are you doing? Count a ball and 2 strikes to Braden Nugent. Sharp ground ball over to second base. Takini patiently picks it up and throws on to first in time. And that'll be the first out in the fourth inning. Mason DeVry getting ready to step in now for North Jackson County. Realize they haven't really described their uniforms, which I'm pretty fond of. They've got the old powder blue look from the Major League Baseball Royals across their tops. I think there's light, dark blue pinstripes on their jersey as well. They got black numbers, Jackson written across their chest in white. The 0-1 is a line drive. Shively knocks it down, regathers, throw to first is not going to be there. Hamilton couldn't quite pick it out of the dirt. A good attempt there by Shively, and good try by Hamilton as well. That's a tough ball to pick out of the dirt. But DeVry reaching there on what I would imagine to be an infield single, but we'll make sure of that here in just a moment. Regardless, it'll put a runner on first for Nathan Mallory. Well, they're going to say that was on the error, so DeVry reaching there. And first pitch, knee high, low part of the zone. Mallory falls behind 0-1. He's 1 for 1 today, singled back in the second inning. Safford takes a look at the runner at first before coming set. Now the pitch misses upstairs. Count is even at 1. Modest lead off of first. DeVry, the left fielder. See if he's any threat in motion as Safford delivers the pitch. It's a slider that drifts away. Count is 2-1. DeVry is 5 for 5 on stolen base attempts through the first 8 games for North Jackson. That one's popped up out of play foul. Count is 2-2. After Mallory in the order, it's Cooper White for the North Jackson Royals. Middle infield, ready to turn 2. Runner on first and 1 out. 2-2 pitch is a ground ball playable for Shively. Takes it to the second base bag himself and then fires on to first. A 6-3 double play gets the Falcons out of the fourth inning. To the top of the fifth we go, and the Falcons lead North Jackson 4-1 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Time to reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
At Eisler Group, they are confident that their tax and accounting professionals are experienced and trained like no one else. From individual, corporate, partnership, estate, trust, Eisler Group stands ready to help you with all of your financial, tax, and accounting needs. They have been in Klamath Falls for nearly 60 years, raising their families here and being part of the community. The Eisler Group can be found at eislerkf.com. That's ISLERKF.com. eislerkf.com.
Getting set for the top of the fifth inning, and a new pitcher in the game for North Jackson Royals. Sorry, making a couple changes to my book as we welcome Cooper White into the game, the former second baseman for North Jackson. We'll get you the rest of the defensive changes here in just a moment as we take a look at White on the year for the boys in powder blue out there, the home team here at North Jackson. Cooper White, class of 26 at Eagle Point High School, making his fourth appearance of the summer. He's got 9 2/3 innings under his belt so far and a 2-0 record. He's given up 6 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned. He's struck out 7 for an ERA of 2.17. His first task in relief is going to be Jacoby Tacchini, followed by Colin Tacchini, and then PJ Safford. So far today, Jacoby Tacchini is 0 for 2 with a ground out and a fly out, and the first pitch to him is going to miss well outside. Count is 1-0. It looks like it was just a straight across swap with Carson Robinson now stationed over there at second base where White previously was in charge of. We'll read you the final line score for the starter for North Jackson here in just a moment as Tacchini lifts a fly ball into right field, but Pierce makes the catch coming in on the run for the first out in the fifth inning. So Carson Robinson exiting the game for North Jackson after 4 innings pitched. Gave up 5 hits, 4 runs. All of them earned. He walked 2 and struck out 1. He would be on the hook for the loss if this lead for the Falcons holds. As the first pitch to Colin Tacchini is fouled off. The count is 0-1. Colin is 1 for 2 today. He flew out to right field back in the second inning, but an RBI single in the third. He would later score a run in the 3-run third inning for the Falcons. Pitch to Tacchini, drifts away. Count is even now at a ball and a strike. Again, first of 2 today. Always the area games, a doubleheader. 1-1 is weakly hit down the third base line. It is a foul ball. I think they're going to say it hit off Tacchini's foot before rolling back into fair territory, and judging by Tacchini trying to walk it off, would be inclined to agree. Hoping he's okay. But ready to settle back into the right-handed batter's box in a 1-2 count. Falcons will have the 4th of July holiday off and the next day, which is a much-needed rest for this young Falcons team. The 1-2 pitch is bounced out towards short. It gets underneath the glove of Stockton and into left field. And Tacchini will reach first on the error, bringing up PJ Safford. By the way, speaking of an error at shortstop, want to make an amendment to our scoring in the bottom half of the 4th inning. There was a ground ball that was hit out to Shively at the time that was initially scored an error against Shively. It has since been changed to a single in my book, so no error for the Falcons on that particular play, and wound up not hurting them anyways. A double play got them out of that frame, but just wanted to make myself clear on that play made by Shively at short. First pitch, and Tacchini is on the move, and he is in safely at second. Into scoring position now with 1 away in the 5th inning. All right, and I wanted to make sure whether that was a ball or a strike to Safford. They're going to say it missed upstairs to PJ, and so the starting pitcher for the Falcons ahead 1-0 in the count at the plate with a man in scoring position and his team up by 3. Pitch is hit the opposite way, foul. Count is even now at a ball and a strike. Safford singled in the second and had a 2 RBI single in the third. Again, that 3-run third inning for the Falcons helped first take the lead, and then they added to it in the last inning, looking for more here in the 5th. Safford's trying to find it, lifts a high fly ball to right field, but it's foul and out of play. Count is now ball and 2 strikes. And here at Eagle Point, going to have to get used to the view, hopefully, as this will be the site of the single A class tournament, state tournament here in Oregon. So North Jackson already has an automatic bid to that tournament as the host team. They'll be competing along with the top team out of our league, getting an automatic bid to the tournament as well. Right now, that's Central Point. The Falcons are in second. The 1-2 pitch is going to miss outside. The count now 2-2. But the Class A state tournament here at Eagle Point will be played July 23rd through the 27th. And the Falcons hoping for a trip to compete for a state title. The 2-2 pitch to Safford is taken in the dirt. Count runs full now to PJ with Ian Meyer waiting on deck for the Falcons. There is a Northwest Regional event that is going to be held August 6th through the 10th. And best I can figure, it's taking place in Idaho this year. Safford sends a ground ball out towards short, backhanded by Stockton at short. And the throw on to first is in time, but Colin Tacchini advancing to third in the meantime. So now with 2 away, a runner 90 feet away from scoring, and Ian Meyer at the plate. Meyer 0 for 2 in this contest. He's sprayed the ball all over the outfield, but has come up empty in terms of a base hit. Once to right, once to left. Looking to come up with his first hit and an RBI in this contest. Meyer on the season batting .310 as he fouls off the first pitch. The count is 0-1. On the season, Meyer has 14 runs batted in. 13 of his 15 hits this year have gone, 13 of his 16 hits have been singles this year. That's all he needs in this spot. Here's the 0-1. Swings and misses on an inside pitch. The count is 0-2 to Meyer. If the inning continues, Corbin Hamilton is on deck for the Falcons. White now working out of the windup with the runner at third. Here's the 0-2. That one's hit foul. Meyer battling up there, staying alive, an 0-2 count. Has a decent approach with 2 strikes. Meyer just puts together good at-bats. Make you throw a lot of pitches. He's not an easy guy to set down. Stands tall in the right-handed batter's box. Here's the 0-2. It's a curveball that's drilled into left field. In is the left fielder diving. DeVry makes the catch, stealing a run and an RBI away from Ian Meyer and keeping us in a 4-1 ball game. Nice play by the North Jackson left fielder. To the bottom of the 5th we go. And again, in a 4-1 ball game. 104.3 and 960 Sports, your home for Falcons baseball, and we continue next.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool. On the field. Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends. Yeah! Be great.
Participate!
Set for the bottom of the 5th inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com, your home for Falcons baseball today and every day in the 2025 summer campaign for the Falcons. It continues on the 6th back at home against South Umpqua, and of course a second of a doubleheader tonight still on tap, but in this one the Falcons lead 4-1 against the North Jackson Royals. 8-9-1 due up this half inning for P.J. Safford on the mound. First pitch and a sharp ground ball to third. Meyer backhands it, but the throw is over the head of Hamilton at first. Now getting ready to take second is White, and he gets in standing on the error to start the 5th inning. Bring up Colton Pierce. Timeout, and we're just bringing a couple foul balls in. Heard the umpire call it, but it'll just be Colton Pierce, the right-handed hitter for North Jackson. getting ready to step in with a runner in scoring position off the error. And still nobody out. Pierce 0 for 1 in the contest. He grounded out in the second inning. Safford calls time, steps off for a moment before getting ready for the first pitch to Colton Pierce. Like I said, Pierce, I believe one of the younger players on this team. Hadn't found any record of him playing at Eagle Point High School last year. Although they didn't have a freshman roster loaded up for him, so could have very easily snuck in there as well, as the first pitch to him misses inside, 1-0. Otherwise, everyone else, though, on this North Jackson team made up of kids from Eagle Point High School. The 1-0. That one finds the outside part of the zone and evens the count at 1. Eagle Point had a 9-17 record this season, 6-12 in the 5A Midwestern League this year. 1-1 pitch from Safford is a curveball, dropped in the inside part of the plate for a strike. Good location on that curveball. The count goes 1-2 to Colton Pierce, with Ryan McFall waiting on deck for the Royals. Safford agreeable to the sign from Takini. Aggressive lead off of second for White, and he takes off for third. The pitch is going to be called a ball. The throw down is not going to be in time. Must have missed outside to Pierce. That was a pretty quality pitch there from PJ, but instead the count moves to 2-2, and now there's a runner at third with nobody out. Safford's going to try to find that outside corner again. He nearly did on that last pitch. Here's the delivery. That one is letter high, called strike 3. Down goes Pierce looking for the first out in the bottom of the 5th inning. And got the base umpire out there on the rubber. I think they're trying to uncover the rubber out there. Brief pause in the action allows us to remind you that today's broadcast is brought to you in part by Klamath Falls Subaru. Through the Subaru Love Promise and Subaru Share the Love events, Klamath Falls Subaru has donated thousands of dollars to dozens of hometown charities, comfortable and not corporate. And Klamath Falls Subaru, stop by and say hi on Washburn Way. All right, one out, runner at third. Here's Ryan McFall. The first pitch from Safford is in the dirt. The count is 1-0. White reaching base on the error earlier in the inning, taking second and third. Oh, pardon me. He took second on the error and stole third earlier in the inning. 1-0 pitch from Safford. Misses outside as well. Count is 2-0. McFall today is 0 for 1. He flew out in the first inning, and he walked in the third. The 2-0 pitch is also going to miss low. That time Takini blocking it. Not let anything get by him. Like I said, it's about 20 paces from the backstop to home plate, so quite a large backstop area and foul territory here at Eagle Point. Not like Henley High School, for example, where you got a brick backstop not too far behind home plate and that ball comes back at you. 4-pitch walk delivered to Ryan McFall is the most recent one. Misses inside. It will put runners at the corners for Skylar Tribber. Jacoby Takini going out there to talk to PJ Safford for a brief moment, and it gives us another opportunity to recognize some of our sponsors here on the broadcast, like Howard's Meat Center, where tradition meets innovation with every cut and every bite of Smokin' H barbecue. As you step through their doors, you're not just entering a meat center, you're stepping back in time where the quality of the meat and the depth of the customer service were everything. Check out Howard's Meat Center next to Les Schwab Tires on South 6th Street. You can also check out Smokin' H Barbecue up at the Tap House, up by Oregon Tech. All right, so here is Tribber, batting with runners at the corners and one out. He shows bunt, but Safford misses low. The count is 1-0. Carson Robinson is on deck. But Tribber's 0 for 2 today in the right-handed batter's box. He has struck out and grounded out thus far. Aggressive lead for McFall off of first, and he takes off. Takini is going to fire down to get the runner at second. The throw back home to try and get White is not going to be in time. But North Jackson trading an out for a run there. The bases will be empty with 2 outs in a 4-2 ball game. And I think, all things considered, probably a better situation and less stress out there for Safford on the mound. Now you got the bases empty and 2 gone. Even though the count is 2-0 at the plate, you don't have to worry about what might happen on a ball in play with that runner at third. And Safford uses that confidence to fire in the first strike of the at-bat against Tribber, 2-1. When you're up multiple runs, the Falcons, you can afford to trade an out for a run in that scenario. As a sharp ground ball the opposite way goes foul, 2-2. In the bottom of the fifth inning of a 2-run ball game. And Tribber in a 2-2 count at the plate. Pitch from Safford will miss inside. Almost got him on the jersey, but instead the count runs full. Here's the pitch. Bouncing ball to the left side of the infield. Meyer knocks it down, but then it kicks away from him. Rolls into left field. Meyer went for a diving stop. It just rolled off the end of his glove. Good effort, but an infield single for Skylar Tribber will extend this fifth inning, bringing up Carson Robinson. Robinson started the game as the pitcher, has since moved over to second, but he's 0 for 2 in the contest. He struck out in the first and flew out in the third. The pitch from Safford gets across a fastball for strike one. This middle in and just above the belt against Carson Robinson. The next batter up is Colin Stockton for North Jackson. Runner on the move. The pitch called a ball. The throw down is right on the money. And they got Tribber. A beautiful throw from Safford. Could not have placed it any better. And that will end the inning. As we go to the top of the sixth, the Falcons lead 4-2 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
the pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
MyBasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Getting set now for the top of the sixth inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports. It'll be the bottom third of the Falcons' order. Corbin Hamilton, Carson Sims, and Ryan Douglas leading 4-2. We'll take a quick look at the line score for both teams here in just a moment. Just want to make sure I have it accurate for you on the live stream. Hamilton is 1 for 2 today. First pitch from Hamilton, lifted into the air, shallow right field, but out of play, or I guess just out of fair play. It rounds up foul. Count is 0-1. Here we go. Bring the line score up for you for both teams real quick. Klamath Falls Falcons, 4 runs on 5 hits. They've committed 2 errors. They have left 5 runners on base so far. For North Jackson, 2 runs on 5 hits. They've committed 1 error, and they have left 3 runners on base today. Count will be 0-1 to Hamilton as he settles back in. As I said earlier, he doubled in the second inning, popped out in the fourth. And here's the 0-1 pitch. Hit on the ground towards short. Stockton backhands it. The throw to first is not going to be in time. Hamilton beats it out. And an infield single for Corbin is how we get started in the sixth inning. 2 for 3 day now for Hamilton. It's been good at racking up those multi-hit games this year for the Falcons. This is now Hamilton's 6th multi-hit game of the year. Now Sims, who's 0 for 1 today, gets ready to step in, popped out to second base in the second inning, but he walked and scored in the fourth. Runner on the move, Hamilton gets caught in a rundown out there. Now trying to run back to second. The throw to second is received. Hamilton going back to first. They run him all the way back, and Hamilton is in safely at first. Maybe just to see how North Jackson would react to a rundown, I think maybe is the idea there. Hamilton was deliberately trying to get caught in that rundown. He was sort of jogging down to second until the pitcher stepped off. So that's the only thing I can imagine is just trying to get a gauge on how they're going to run the pickle if the Falcons need to use it later on in the game like they did so many times already this season. Like I said, the aggressiveness on the base paths and the smarts on the base paths is something that I've noticed a lot this summer for the Falcons. Sims lays down a bunt. The third baseman comes up with it. He decides to throw to second, and Hamilton is out. Hamilton didn't slide, and so that'll be the first out in the sixth inning as you try to lay down a bunt to move a man into scoring position, but they go ahead and cut down the lead guy. Sims reaches on the fielder's choice, but it'll bring up Ryan Douglas. Douglas is 0 for 1 today. He was hit by a pitch in the third and grounded out in the fourth. Bats with one away, and Sims on first. Aggressive lead off of first for Sims. The pitch to Douglas misses inside, 1-0. Remember, his ground out wasn't even really an intentionally batted ball. As we had lightning. Oh, yeah, I hear some thunder behind us. I hear people talking about lightning, so it looks like we're going to wind up in a lightning delay for not the first time this season, probably not the last, but here's what we'll do. So in the top of the sixth inning, the score is 4-2 on 104.3 and 960 Sports. A mandatory half-hour delay. So for those of you watching on mybasin.com, we're going to keep the live stream link up. We'll put up the scoreboard here with the line score so you can keep track of what's going on. For those of you listening on the radio on 104.3 and 960 Sports, we are going to send you back to normal Fox Sports radio programming, and then we will welcome you back when the time is right. So keep your ears close to the radio, keep your ears close to the TV, and we'll be back in just a little while, hopefully, on 104.3 and 960 Sports. My name is Josh Eldridge. Hopefully just a temporary deal tonight, and back in just a bit. Again, a 4-2 ball game in the top of the sixth inning. And welcome back to Klamath Falls Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Had a bit of a lightning delay that delayed us about 40 minutes all told here at Eagle Point High School in Eagle Point, Oregon. The Klamath Falls Falcons game was delayed in the top of the sixth inning, a game in which they lead North Jackson, the Royals, 4-2 already through the game. Klamath Falls has scored 4 runs on 5 hits. They've committed 2 errors. They've left 5 runners on base. North Jackson has 2 runs on 5 hits. They've committed an error, and they have left 3 runners on base. The Klamath Falls Falcons are up in the top of the 6th inning. They've got a runner on, and Ryan Douglas will be our first hitter when we return. It looks like P.J. Safford is warming back up to get himself ready to throw in what will be the bottom half of the 6th inning. Unsure if North Jackson are making any changes on the mound. We'll get you updated on all of that. But first, we're going to take a quick break and come back and get ready for first pitch in just a moment. This is Klamath Falls Falcons baseball, coming back from a lightning delay on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Well, the sun is shining now at Eagle Point High School in Eagle Point, Oregon. 75 degrees after a lightning delay. The sun is out, and hopefully it stays that way as we look to continue the first of a doubleheader tonight with the second one still on tap. The Klamath Falls Falcons lead the North Jackson Royals 4-2 in the top of the 6th inning. North Jackson struck first in the bottom of the 2nd inning. They scored a run and an RBI double from Braden Nugent, but Klamath Falls came back in the top of the 3rd inning, scoring 3 runs with RBI hits from Colin Takini and P.J. Safford. The Falcons then added another run in the 4th inning with an RBI from Max Price before North Jackson scored a run in the bottom half of the 5th inning. And that is how we get our score of 4-2. A runner on first base here in the 6th inning will be Carson Sims. He reached on a fielder's choice earlier in the inning. It started with a leadoff single by Corbin Hamilton. And Sims bunted down to 3rd, and they decided to throw out the lead runner Hamilton at 2nd. And so that's how we get Sims aboard at first, and a 1-0 count to Ryan Douglas. And after a fairly lengthy delay, it looks like we are back and ready for baseball today. First pitch on the move, Sims takes off for 2nd, stops, goes back to 1st. They try to backdoor him at 1st, then Sims gets up and runs to 2nd. And so welcome back to baseball as Sims advances to 2nd base on an error, kind of a broken play there, but now in scoring position, and that pitch was called a ball to Douglas. The count is 2-0. Douglas was hit by a pitch in the third inning, and then he also grounded out. A ball hit his bat as he was trying to duck out of the way of a pitch, but it rolled out to the mound, and he was promptly thrown out. So 0 for 1 today for Douglas as he takes a pitch outside, 3-0. It's still Cooper White on the mound for North Jackson. I have a feeling it's going to take both pitchers a minute or so to get back into the rhythm of this game as Cooper White delivers the 3-0 pitch, dials back the velocity to get across a strike. The count now 3-1. Cooper White, the second pitcher in the game for North Jackson today, coming in place of Carson Robinson an inning ago. The 3-1 pitch is hit to center field. Tribber hardly has to move to put that one away, and that is the second out in the sixth inning. So now Max Price gets an opportunity to bat for the Falcons. Price is 1 for 3 today, had an RBI single in the fourth inning. Otherwise, he reached on a fielder's choice and scored in the third, and then flew out in the first. The starter for North Jackson, Robinson, who now plays second base, would be on the hook for the loss if the lead holds. 4 innings pitched, 5 hits, 4 runs. White so far in an inning and 2/3 has given up only 1 hit, but they might add another one here as a ground ball to left side of the infield gets through for Price into left field. Sims rounds third, heads for home, and dives in safely. The score now 5-2 Falcons after the run comes in from second. Not a particularly hard hit ball to the left side of the infield, but it snuck through and gets Price on first. The inning continues now for Connor Shively. Price earning the RBI on the single there, his second of the ball game. Shively still looking for his first hit. He flew out in the first, walked in the third, and came in to score. Otherwise, he struck out in the fourth. The pitch misses below the zone. The count 1-0 to Shively. Been in a little bit of a slump at the plate this game, but yesterday did have 3 hits, sort of breaking out of that after the trip from Alaska. Looking for more today as the pitch again misses low. Price is on the move, and a good throw from McFall got Price, and that will end the inning. But the Falcons do score a run on 2 base hits in the inning. No runners left stranded, and we'll go to the bottom of the sixth on 104.3 and 960 Sports in a 5-2 ball game.
Time to reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
At Eisler Group, they are confident that their tax and accounting professionals are experienced and trained like no one else. From individual, corporate, partnership, estate, trust, Eisler Group stands ready to help you with all of your financial, tax, and accounting needs. They have been in Klamath Falls for nearly 60 years, raising their families here and being part of the community. The Eisler Group can be found at eislerkf.com. That's ISLERKF.com. eislerkf.com.
Set for the bottom of the sixth inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. It's a 5-2 ball game in which the Klamath Falls Falcons lead the North Jackson Royals. And P.J. Safford still out there after the delay. He's getting ready to start his 6th inning of work in the start for the Falcons. Through 5 innings, he's given up 5 hits, 2 unearned runs. He's walked 2 and struck out 5. His first task coming out of a delay will be Carson Robinson, Colin Stockton, and Braden Nugent. That is 3, 4, and 5 in the North Jackson order in the bottom of the 6th inning. Kind of sets you up for what we're dealing with here today as we'll take a quick look at the area standings as they appear on your screen now on mybasin.com. Central Point leading the pack 11-1 in league play, 22-1 overall on the season. The only team to hand them a loss this summer are the Klamath Falls Falcons, who are in second place in the league, 8-1 in area play, 18-5-1 overall. North Jackson, the team we've got here today, 5-3. South Medford 4-6 in area play. North Medford is 3-9, and Grants Pass still looking for their first win in league play. They are 0-11, 4-13 overall. All right, here we go. First pitch to Robinson is hit foul, and the count moves to 0-1. So far in the ball game for Carson Robinson, 0 for 2. He struck out in the first, and he flew out in the third. Pitch from Safford. That is in the zone, knee high, maybe a little bit below the knees, but over the plate, and the count is 0-2 to Robinson. Safford works swiftly on the mound now over there, already ready to throw, and it's a ground ball out towards short. Shively up with it cleanly, makes the throw onto Hamilton with no problem, and that will be the first out in the bottom of the sixth inning. An opportunity to reset the defense for you for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Coming out of a delay, Jacoby Takini is behind the dish. Ian Meyer is at third with Connor Shively at short, and Colin Takini at second. Corbin Hamilton patrols first. In the outfield from left to right, it's Ryan Douglas, Max Price, and Carson Sims. So here's Colin Stockton now for North Jackson. He's 1 for 2 today. The pitch is going to drift outside. The count is 1-0 to Stockton. He singled and scored in the second inning. Otherwise, he lined out to shortstop. That was in the third. Pitch from Safford. Hit in the infield towards second base. Colin Takini will make the catch, and there are 2 gone in the sixth. So now it'll be Braden Nugent. The sun will continue to set over there, over the left field fence. Our vantage point here facing pretty much directly west from behind home plate at Eagle Point High School. So hopefully won't become too much of a factor with that sun right in the way. But slider misses outside to count 1-0 to Braden Nugent, who's 1 for 2 today. An RBI double came back in the second inning. He also grounded out in the fourth. Here's the pitch. Nice two-seam fastball finds the outside corner from Safford, evens the count at 1. After Nugent in the order is Mason DeVry for the North Jackson Royals. Pitch misses in. Count 2-1 now to Nugent. Safford from the windup. Here is the 2-1 pitch. Slider dips below the zone. Count moves to 3-1. North Jackson made up, again, mostly of kids from Eagle Point High School. Their head coach, Tyson Wolf. I might have to hold this thought as a fly ball to right field will end the inning. 1, 2, 3 go the Royals in the bottom of the sixth. To the top of the seventh we go in a 5-2 ball game, and the Falcons lead on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool. On the field. Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends. Yeah! Be great.
Participate!
It's the top of the seventh inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. The Falcons lead 5-2 against the North Jackson Royals. It'll be Connor Shively, Jacoby Takini, and Colin Takini, 2, 3, and 4 in the order due up for the Falcons. Want to remind you that this is only the first game of a doubleheader tonight from Eagle Point High School, so a reminder to tell your friends where to catch the game here on radio on 104.3 and 960 or watching the live feed for free on MyBasin.com. If you got any folks who may have dipped away during the lengthy lightning delay, of course, let them know that we're back on the air. As Shively takes strike 1 on the outside part of the plate, the 0-1 is swung on and missed, and the count is 0-2 to Shively, who is 0 for 2 in the ball game. He flew out in the first, walked and scored in the third, but he struck out in the fourth inning. Set to deliver is Cooper White. The pitch is going to drift away to lefty Shively on the two-seam fastball. The count is 1-0 to Shively. Like I said, Connor Yesterday picking up 3 hits, looking for his first one in this game, but he sends a shot right to the right fielder, Pierce, and that will be the first out in the 7th inning. Here comes Jacoby Takini, who's 0 for 3 in the ballgame so far, but first, a visit from the aforementioned Coach Tyson Wolf coming out of the dugout for North Jackson. Are they making a change, perhaps? It looks like they are. A couple of changes coming out, as we'll see. I believe that's number 20 into the ball game. A couple of guys moving around in the outfield, but it doesn't look like a pitching change yet. So try to work out exactly what's going on, but so we just heard 30 in for 7 is what the call is. Let me take a look at my actual copy of my lineup card. There's no number 30 on the lineup I was given. Looks like John Beals Garcia is in the game, and out of the game is Robinson. And I believe they moved Mallory to second, perhaps, who was at first, because Beals Garcia is now at first. I thought they might have changed around some outfield positions too. We'll try to make it for sure in a second. What we do know is that Robinson for sure has exited the game, and Garcia is in at first. Here's the first pitch to Takini. It is hit foul. The count is 0-1 with 1 away in the top of the 2nd inning. Ready to deliver is Cooper White. Again, he stayed in the game. Takini sends a one-hopper over the head of the third baseman Nugent and into left field. Took a hop off the cut of the grass, and Takini gets his first hit of the ball game here in the top of the 7th with just 1 out. So, rounding out the defensive changes for North Jackson for you. It looks like the former center fielder, Tribber, has come into play second. The former right fielder, Pierce, has moved over to center. And Mallory, the former first baseman, is now in right field for North Jackson. So here's the first offering to Colin Takini. Underway, it misses high, and it pops out of the glove of the catcher, McFall, allowing the courtesy runner for Jacoby Takini. That's Chase Barrett out there. He will reach second on the pass ball. And so in a 1-0 count, an RBI opportunity for Colin Takini, who's already 1 for 3 today. He flew out in the 2nd, but he added an RBI single and a run scored in the 3rd inning. He also reached on an error in the 5th. Another pitch in the dirt, kicks away from the catcher. Advancing to 3rd is Chase Barrett. And so just like that, a runner 90 feet away from scoring as the Falcons look for a little insurance at the top of the 7th inning. They already have a 3-run advantage. If you're curious for North Jackson, who's due up in the next frame, it's 6, 7, and 8 in their order. As it stands right now, that's DeVry, Mallory, and White. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Takini as the infield comes in for North Jackson. It's lifted into the air to right. Underneath it is the new right fielder, Mallory. He makes the catch. Tagging from 3rd is Chase Barrett. He is in to score, getting in behind the tag. And a sacrifice fly and an RBI for Colin Takini makes it a 6-2 ball game. Two RBI now in the contest for Colin Takini, and now in steps P.J. Safford. Been tasked with the pitching duties today for the Falcons. Be curious if let them try to go for the complete game the next half inning, but we'll get there when we get there. Right now, stepping in a 2 for 3 day. Safford singled in the 2nd, but a 2 RBI single in the 3rd has probably been the biggest hit of the day for either team to this point. And he also grounded out in the 5th, but that 2 RBI single in the 3rd gave the Falcons a 3-1 lead at the time, and they have kept their distance from North Jackson since. Pitch on the way to Safford. Nearly came in and hit him. The count is 2-0 to PJ. After Safford in the order, if the inning continues, it's Ian Meyer who's due up. Delivery on the way from White. Here it comes. Safford sends a chopper to third. On a couple of hops, Nugent is up with it. The throw to first is in time, and that will end the inning. But the Falcons add a run in the top of the seventh on a base hit. A sacrifice fly from Colin Takini brings him in. No runners left on base for the Falcons. 6-2 going to the last of the seventh next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
the pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
MyBasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
It's the bottom of the seventh inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. The Klamath Falls Falcons with a 6-2 advantage against the North Jackson Royals. P.J. Safford looking to close out a complete game. He'll have to go through Mason DeVry, Nathan Mallory, and Cooper White in this half inning as Falcons look to return back to winning ways. They did win back on the first a couple of days ago against Grants Pass. What was scheduled to be a doubleheader wound up being a single game that the Falcons won 8-1. But a transformer issue knocked out power in the stadium on a stormy night in the Basin. So hoping that we can make up the game at a later date against Grants Pass. But a loss last time out against Phoenix. Now hoping to, again, get back to winning. 3 outs away from an area win against North Jackson. As that pitch nearly come in and hit Mason DeVry. He spun out of the way. And the count is 1-0. DeVry is 1 for 2 today. He struck out in the second inning and singled in the fourth. Here he sends one high in the sky behind third base in foul territory, but Ian Meyer is able to bring it in for the first out of the bottom of the seventh inning. This will bring up Mallory. He's 1 for 2 as well today. Singled and was left stranded in the second inning, but he grounded into a double play back in the fourth. On the season, take a look at the numbers for Mallory. Might have to wait as a ground ball back up the middle. Safford knocks it down, comes off the mound to recover, makes the play to first in time. A great play by Safford, knocking the ball down, coming off the mound, and then making the throw to first. And a nice job to record the second out in the seventh inning. That'll bring up Cooper White now for North Jackson, the Royals. White on the season hitting 143 is the only thing standing in the way of the Falcons and their 9th area win. First pitch is a fastball down the heart of the plate called strike one. Safford looking to become only the second pitcher this year to go a complete game, joining himself from back in Alaska. The 0-1 is going to have to wait as the batter called time. So timeout was called by the batter, Cooper White. And ready to go now. Safford back on the hill and ready to pitch. Here's the 0-1. It will miss upstairs. The count is even now at a ball and a strike. Safford delivers. Hit in the air, center field, playable for Price. He's moving over to the right and makes the catch. And that will end the ball game. P.J. Safford going the distance and engineering a 6-2 win for the Klamath Falls Falcons in Game 1 of a doubleheader tonight from Eagle Point High School. We'll be back to recap the action for you and set you up for our nightcap tonight in just a moment. Falcons victorious 6-2. Back after this on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
It starts to warm up outside. It's time to tackle your lawn. And Kyle's Lawn Care is who to contact. Kyle's been doing lawn care in Klamath Falls for over 9 years. He offers a variety of services designed to make your life easier. Kyle's Lawn Care offers weekly mowing jobs, which includes mowing, edging, and blowing off sidewalks, snow removal, big cleanup jobs, dump runs, and more. At Kyle's Lawn Care, they strive to give each job their all and go the extra mile to exceed their customers' expectations. To get an estimate, you can call or text 541-281-3623. Kyle's Lawn Care.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
the pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
MyBasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool. On the field. Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends. Yeah! Be great.
Participate!
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Final score here in Game 1 of a doubleheader tonight between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the North Jackson Royals. A 6-2 win for the Klamath Falls squad, scoring 6 runs on 8 hits, committing 2 errors, and they left 5 runners on base. North Jackson 2 runs on 5 hits, 2 errors, and they left 3 runners on base. Today, the winning pitcher, P.J. Safford, pitching a complete game, giving up 5 hits, 2 runs, although no earned runs. He walked 2 and struck out 5. The losing pitcher was Carson Robinson today, who pitched 4 innings, giving up 5 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned. He walked 2 and struck out 1. Some notables for the Klamath Falls Falcons on the offensive end today. Max Price finished 2 for 4 with a run scored, a couple of RBIs for him. A 1 for 4 day for Jacoby Tacchini. Colin Tacchini finished 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs and a run scored. P.J. Safford was 2 for 4 with a couple of RBI as well. Corbin Hamilton finished 2 for 3 with a double. No runs scored for him. For North Jackson, 1 for 2 for Skylar Tribber. Base hits each for Stockton, Nugent, DeVry, and Mallory. Nugent's base hit was a double today and picked up an RBI in doing so. The final score, 6-2. And with this win, the Klamath Falls Falcons improved to 9-1 in area play and 19-5-1 overall on the season. For North Jackson, they fall to 5-4, both in area play and overall this season. We've still got one more game left to come tonight, so we're going to get ready for that one. If you're watching on the live stream on mybasin.com, just stay put, because we'll be back with you here in probably 20 or so minutes on mybasin.com. For those of you listening on the radio on 104.3 and 960 Sports, we will turn you back over to Fox Sports Radio and welcome you back when the time is right. Reminder again, Game 1 has gone final and a 6-2 victory for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Game 2 lies ahead, but until then, my name is Josh Eldridge, and hope to see you soon back from Eagle Point High School in just a bit. Josh Eldridge saying welcome to or welcome back to Klamath Falls Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports. Getting ready for the second of a doubleheader tonight between the Klamath Falls Falcons on the road at Eagle Point High School taking on the North Jackson Royals. Victors in Game 1 were the Falcons, a 6-2 win, and looking for more against North Jackson this afternoon. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll introduce you to the starting lineups for both teams and get set for the nightcap here on 104.3 and 960 Sports.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Welcome back to Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports. Getting ready for the nightcap tonight between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the North Jackson Royals. Leading off for Klamath Falls in this inning is going to be the starting pitcher for the Falcons, Max Price. He'll be followed in the order by Connor Shively. Jacoby Takini is catching, hitting third. Colin Takini is at second base, batting fourth. P.J. Safford bats fifth at third base, followed by Carson Pimley in right field, hitting sixth. Corbin Hamilton, the first baseman, bats seventh, followed by Carson Sims in center field, hitting eighth. And Ryan Douglas is in left field, batting ninth for the Falcons. First pitch on the way to Max Price, falls beneath the zone. The count is 1-0 as Ryan McFall hits the start on the mound for North Jackson. We'll take a look at the numbers at him in just a moment as well, as the second pitch to Price is fouled off. Count is even, and a ball and a strike. McFall this season making his second start, his fourth overall appearance. No wins, no losses. He's given up 10 hits and 10 runs. Only 2 earned runs, though. He has walked 8 and struck out 5. Again, in 6 innings of work, an ERA of 2.33 for Ryan McFall. The count of ball and 2 strikes to Max Price. And the pitch is a two-seam fastball, misses upstairs. Count is even 2-2. Good opportunity for Price to get a little bit of an understanding of what the strike zone is going to be like today. The new umpire behind home plate. And again, he is the starting pitcher for the Falcons. Here's the delivery on the way from McFall. A check swing, but Price goes down looking. A pitch below the knees and a bit outside, and Price is the first casualty of a strikeout in the top of the first inning. So bring up Connor Shively, batting second for the Falcons today. Taking a look back at the opener, Shively was without a hit, but he did walk and score a run in the third inning of the 6-2 win for the Falcons earlier today. First pitch into Shively, misses beneath the zone. The count is 1-0. Stockton is catching for North Jackson with White at third, Nugent at short, Mallory at second, and Garcia at first. DeVry is in left, Tribber in center, and Pierce is in right. Pitch to Shively is hit weakly down the first base side, winds up foul, count is even. And a ball and a strike. Our vantage point here at Eagle Point High School facing pretty much directly west. And so that sun, again, setting over the left field fence, causing a little bit of a glare there, but hopefully nothing too bad for your experience watching the game on mybasin.com today. And every single game of the Falcons season, back at home for our next game, which will be against South Umpqua on July 6th. Shively lifts one to center field. Tribber is going to make the catch. Hardly having to move out there to set down the second out in the first inning. Shively has hit the ball all over the place today, not only right there, but like I said in the opener as well, but has just been hitting it right to the outfielders. Did it twice in the opener. Hoping to find some green by the end of the day today. It brings up Jacoby Tacchini with 2 gone in the top of the first inning. Tacchini in the opener today was 1 for 4. He flew out twice, grounded out once, but came away with a single in the 7th inning, and when he was courtesy ran for by Chase Barrett, Barrett came in and scored a run, adding some insurance in that Falcons victory from earlier today. The 0-1 pitch to Tacchini is a line drive right to the third baseman and caught by White to end the inning. Falcons go down in order in the top half of the first. North Jackson gets their first turn next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Time to reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
At Eisler Group, they are confident that their tax and accounting professionals are experienced and trained like no one else. From individual, corporate, partnership, estate, trust, Eisler Group stands ready to help you with all of your financial, tax, and accounting needs. They have been in Klamath Falls for nearly 60 years, raising their families here and being part of the community. The Eisler Group can be found at eislerkf.com. That's ISLERKF.com. eislerkf.com.
Max Price getting the start for the Klamath Falls Falcons as he finishes up his warm-up tosses, getting ready for the bottom of the first inning. Taking a look at the numbers on the season for Max Price. This will be his first start of the summer, but his 6th overall appearance. Price has pitched 9 2/3 innings this year. He's given up 5 hits. 1 run is unearned. He's walked 1 and struck out 4. He's got a 1-1 record and a 0 ERA. He'll go up against a lineup from North Jackson. It goes like this. Leading off is their second baseman, Nathan Mallory, followed by their center fielder, Skylar Tribber, batting second. Their pitcher, Ryan McFall, bats third, followed by Braden Nugent, the shortstop, batting fourth. Hitting fifth is the catcher, Colin Stockton. Mason DeVry, the left fielder, is batting sixth. Hitting seventh is the first baseman, John Garcia. Batting eighth is the right fielder, Colton Pierce. And Cooper White is at third base, and he bats ninth for North Jackson. Jacoby Tacchini, the other half of the battery for the Falcons. Going around the diamond for them, P.J. Safford is at third, Connor Shively at short, with Colin Tacchini at second and Corbin Hamilton at first. In the outfield, from left to right, it's Douglas, Sims, and Pimley. First chance for Mallory, and he'll take strike one. Looking at Mallory in the opener today, he was hitting in the 7-hole and finished 1 for 3. He singled in the second and followed that up with 2 groundouts in the later part of the game as Price finds the outside part of the zone with a fastball. Gets ahead 0-2 to Nathan Mallory. Price is going to step off before the next pitch. And now back on the rubber, ready to go out of the windup. The delivery misses well outside. The count is now a ball and 2 strikes. Due up next is Skylar Tribber, the center fielder. Pitch from Price is a chopper to third, foul. Count remains 1-2. Mallory batting from the right side. Taking a look at his numbers on the season, he is second on the team in hitting at .345. And the pitch is going to drift away. Count is 2-2 to the right-handed hitting Mallory. All 10 of his hits have been singles thus far on the season. Fouls that one back, and the count remains 2-2. Again, only 9 games deep into the season for North Jackson. All of them have been league games, and they have a 5-4 record. Klamath Falls is now 26 games deep into their schedule. That's if you count this one right here, and the 2-2 fouled off. It had been since June 24th since North Jackson last played, coming into this day in which they split with South Medford back, not this past Monday, but the Monday before, as a fly ball into right field will drift foul, and the count remains 2-2 to Nathan Mallory. A real battle brewing at the plate in the first at-bat of the ball game for North Jackson. It's been nothing but baseball since June 24th for the Falcons, though, as that's the first day of their Alaska trip, going back to that previous Monday. As Mallory lifts one high in the sky in shallow center field. Sims will call everybody off and make the catch, and that is the first out in the first inning. Bring up Skylar Tribber, the center fielder himself for North Jackson. So like I said, in the time that North Jackson has had off, the Falcons have had, I believe I counted it, 14 games in that same time. It was wins against Palmer and Wasilla at the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament. They split against Madisonville of Kentucky in the championship games of that event, claiming the top spot at the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament as the first pitch to Tribber was fouled back. Price follows it up by missing inside. Count is even at 1. Timeout. Getting a couple foul balls in from the dugout. And gives us time to finish out our thought real quick. After that title game at the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament in Wasilla, the Falcons then moved down over to Anchorage for the Alaska 5-9 midseason classic. Picked up wins against South Anchorage and Chugiak before tying with Kenai in the final game of group play. They defeated Service in the semifinal 5-3 before losing in the title game to the aforementioned Madisonville of Kentucky, and were runners-up at that tournament. They still continued to play. If you count a travel day as an off day, I certainly wouldn't, but they had an off day, and then you got Grants Pass, played a game at home on July 1st, played yesterday against Phoenix, and that was a 10-8 loss, and now the Falcons find themselves here. The 2-2 pitch on the way to Tribber is fouled off, and the count remains 11 games from July 24th until now. I suppose you could include 12, whereas North Jackson has played only 2. 2-2 again fouled off. North Jackson, their at-bats really making Price work out there. The second lengthy at-bat in as many tries. Here's the 2-2. That one misses upstairs, and the count runs full to Tribber. Ryan McFall is on deck for North Jackson. Falcons have played the most games overall in our league. It's not just a disparity between themselves and North Jackson. The 3-2 pitch will miss outside, and a one-out walk delivered to Skylar Tribber will put him on base for Ryan McFall. Only other team in our league that's played even close to the amount of games as the Falcons is Central Point. They've played 23 games on the schedule. Grants Pass would be second most. They've played 17 games. North Medford has played 15. South Medford has played 10, and North Jackson has played 9. And the Falcons are just getting a ton of baseball in the same amount of time as all these other teams, and really becoming battle-tested as the first pitch misses outside to Ryan McFall, 1-0. And so far it was that experience that allowed them to come back and grab a win in the opening game. They fell behind by a run, but then responded with 3 runs to take the lead and cling on to it in the 6-2 win from earlier today. The 1-0 pitch misses upstairs. The count is 2-0 to Ryan McFall, and Jacoby Tacchini going to go out and have a quick chat with his pitcher. Gives us an opportunity to remind you that today's broadcast is brought to you in part by Gino's Cafe on East Main Street. They're open every morning at 6:30, serving their famous breakfast burritos. Those are served all day long, along with other menu items like burgers, monthly specials, and Italian favorites. You can order online at iloveginos.com or have it brought right to you via DoorDash. All right. The count will be 2-0 to Ryan McFall. Max Price on the hill, and a runner aboard at first is Skylar Tribber after working a walk. And we are ready to go. McFall getting the start as a pitcher today. He was the catcher earlier in the game. That pitch coming out of the break is going to miss outside. Runner on the move is Tribber, and Tacchini guns him down. And that is the second out in the first inning. Tacchini is not a man to be trifled with behind the plate. A good pitch from Price. It missed outside, but it allowed Tacchini to have a clear shot at throwing out the runner. In the meantime, McFall does work a walk on the 3-0 pitch, so there remains to be a runner at first for the cleanup hitter, Braden Nugent. Nugent in the opener today was 1 for 3, had an RBI double that gave his team a short lead in the third inning. But again, it was the Falcons who were able to respond after that event occurred. So he still saw the ball well, coming up with that extra base hit as Price misses upstairs, 2-0. Price has traditionally been used as a late-inning relief guy this season for the Falcons. As I said earlier, this is his very first start. So be curious how the kind of adjustment in things go for him as that pitch finally found the zone, actually. Thought that might have been high, but called a strike against Nugent. And the count is 2-1 to the cleanup hitting shortstop for North Jackson. Price delivers the pitch, a bouncing ball towards first, gets underneath the glove of Hamilton and into right field. Rounding second and headed for third is McFall. The throw is not going to be there, and he dives in safely. That puts runners at the corners with 2 away, and Colin Stockton to bat now. Hamilton tried to backhand that ball at first, but it just scooted underneath his glove and into right field, allowing Nugent to reach first. Now, didn't get any further than that, if there's any silver lining, and the run is yet to come across as Stockton gets ready to hit now. Stockton bats from the right side. And a chance to convert after the error extended the inning. The pitch. Check swing, pushes it down the first base side, but eventually it bounces foul. The count is 0-1 to Colin Stockton. Mason DeVry is on deck, hoping for a chance for North Jackson. Price is already up above 25 pitches here in the very first inning. Like I said, they've made him work. Pitch is going to miss low in the dirt. The count is even now at a ball and a strike to Stockton. Stockton in the opener today was 1 for 3. He singled and scored in the second inning. Started at shortstop in the opener, now finds himself as the catcher for North Jackson as Price drops in a breaking ball in the zone for a strike. Now trying to escape this inning, leaving runners at the corners. Price looking in, gets the sign from Tacchini. Tacchini gives the target as Price comes set. Extra half-step lead off of first for Nugent. There he goes. Pitch is swung on and missed. That will end the inning. And the Royals leave runners at the corners after a couple of walks, no base hits, and we remain scoreless as we go to the top of the second on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate!
Getting set for the top of the second inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports. And MyBasin.com. Colin Tacchini, PJ Safford, and Carson Pimley do up this half inning for the Falcons. Still in a scoreless ball game in the nightcap of a doubleheader between the Falcons and the North Jackson Royals. Going to show you the standings as they appeared this morning on our screen. Of course, add an extra win to the Falcons, add an extra loss to North Jackson. This standings was as of this morning. But you get a look there. Central Point leading the pack. Klamath Falls followed by North Jackson, South Medford, then North Medford, then Grants Pass. As bring up the scoreboard once more as Colin Tacchini settles in for the Falcons. The pitch on the way from McFall is hit a line shot right to the first baseman Garcia, and he makes the grab for the first out. In steps PJ Safford now for the Falcons. Safford was 2 for 4 in the opening game at the plate. He added a couple of RBI in the third inning. He pitched a complete game, though, in that game. The second time he's gone the distance on the hill for the Falcons this season, and did not give up any earned runs, although 2 unearned runs came across to score against him. Takes the first pitch, breaking ball inside, and the count is 1-0 to PJ Safford. After starting on the hill in game 1, here in the nightcap, starting at the hot corner, his other customary position, you'll see him pitch, play third, and you might see him catch here and there as well. He hits one deep into the left center field gap, but the left fielder, DeVry, makes the catch on the run, and that is the second out in the second inning. DeVry's been solid out there in left. He made a diving catch in the first game, is able to really get on his horse and make those plays in the gap as well, and that time stealing away an extra base hit away from P.J. Safford. This will bring up Carson Pimley. Well, I want to give a shout to Carson Pimley, not necessarily for his work at the plate, but for his work on the mound yesterday as he swings and misses the first pitch 0-1. Game in which the Falcons wound up losing 10-8, but Pimley took the ball when his team was down by 9 runs and kept them in it. He pitched 4 innings of scoreless baseball, 1 hit in 4 innings against Phoenix. He walked 2 and struck out 3. It was by far his best performance of the season so far in relief yesterday. But here he's behind in the count 0-2 against Ryan McFall. Here's the pitch to Pimley. A 2-seam fastball just misses outside, and the count is a ball and 2 strikes. Pimley did hit yesterday as well. He was 1 for 2, but really his work on the mound is what caused me to want to highlight him in this instance. Here he sends a fly ball in the infield, and the catch is made by the first baseman Garcia, and the Falcons down in order in the second. To the bottom half we go, still scoreless on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
the pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
MyBasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Set for the bottom of the second inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on MyBasin.com. Still scoreless between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the North Jackson Royals. Max Price going to get to work against 6, 7, and 8 in the Royals order. That's Mason DeVry, John Garcia, and Colton Pierce. The first pitch is fouled off. Count is 0-1 to Mason DeVry. Like I said, DeVry leaving his impact on the defensive end so far in these games. The 0-1 pitch is again fouled off. The count is 0-2. DeVry was hitless in the opening game today, but has been a quality left fielder. I've been impressed with his play. Batting from the left side, Price ahead in the count, 0-2, and a curveball rung him up. Finds the outside corner, and that is the first out in the second inning. Back-to-back Ks dating back to the last inning for Price. That's how he starts the second. John Garcia, the first baseman, getting his first at-bat today. He came in late in the game as a defensive replacement, but didn't get an at-bat in the opener. Now he'll take a look at Max Price with one out in the second. Price gets across a fastball in the zone for a strike, 0-1. Garcia on the season batting .333 for North Jackson. He's got 5 RBI and has 1 triple, which leads the team. Here he just sends a ground ball into right field. The throw from right field to try to get the runner is not in time. Pimley tried to gun down Garcia, but he slid into first safely. And a 1-out single will bring up Colton Pierce. First base hit of the game goes to Garcia. In the bottom of the second, here's Pierce batting from the right side. Pierce in the opener was 0 for 2. He grounded out and struck out in that game. Bats here with a runner on as Price misses outside with the fastball, 1-0. On the season, Pierce batting .304. His 3 doubles leads the team so far for North Jackson this season. Here he's showing bunt on the 1-0 pitch. Runner is on the move and the bunt is laid down to first. Price comes off the mound to field it. Underhand toss to Hamilton at first. But advancing into scoring position is John Garcia with now 2 outs and the number 9 hitter at the plate. It's Cooper White. White in the opener was 0 for 3. He did reach base on an error in the 5th inning and would come in to score, but otherwise he struck out and flew out in the opener today against the Klamath Falls Falcons. Here's his first look at Max Price, a fairly sizable lead off a second for Garcia, as Price gets across an outside fastball for a strike, ahead now 0-1. Price set after getting the sign in from Takini. And the pitch is an off-speed pitch right over the heart of the plate. Tough location for Max Price. I'm not sure he wanted to catch that much of the plate, but fortunate for him, White took it for strike 2. Price set with the 0-2 pitch. Garcia an extra half-step lead off of the second base bag. The pitch is an outside fastball, and it got White looking for the second strikeout in the second inning. And we'll go to the top of the third. Still scoreless on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
We drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
It's the top of the third inning. Both teams still searching for their first run of the contest. The Klamath Falls Falcons taking on the North Jackson Royals on the road here at Eagle Point High School. Sun continues to set, 73 degrees. Well, now it looks like a great evening after we were delayed by lightning in the opener of a doubleheader today. But a fine evening for baseball here in North Jackson County. First pitch to Corbin Hamilton is a slider that catches the outside part of the zone. Hamilton falls behind 0-1. In the opener today, Hamilton finished 2 for 3 with a double and a single. Here's the 0-1 to Hamilton. Takes strike 2. In around the knees on the outside part of the plate again, and Hamilton falls behind. After him in the order, it's Sims and then Douglas. Delivery from McFall is a ground ball back up the middle. Backhanding it in the gap is Mallory. The throw to first is not going to be in time, and Corbin Hamilton beating out an infield single and extending his hitting streak in the process. Showing off the wheels there. Hamilton's hitting streak now stands at 16 games for the first baseman. I'll bring up Carson Sims. Sims was without a hit in the opener too, but he scored a pair of runs, once on a walk in the 4th. He also reached on a fielder's choice in the 6th. Looking for his first knock. Here's the first pitch. It's going to miss outside. Count is 1-0 to Sims. Comes into the game leading the team in hitting, a scorching .508 batting average for Sims. He leads the team, second on the team in total bases, 43 on the season. He has been great on the offensive end this summer, but he pops one up in foul territory out of play. And count is 1-1. And for a guy who missed much of the prep season due to a wrist injury, he was an all-league honorable mention and is just flipped it into another gear here in the summer, joining guys like Shively, who's hitting much better than his prep average as well. There's a couple of guys who are on the flip side of that equation where they haven't quite matched up to the numbers they put in the prep season, but as a team, the Falcons have made up for it. As Sims fouls it off his foot, they're going to say the ball was in play. Sims now having to break out into a run after there was an error on the play. Sims now trying to make it to first and does. A second error on the play winds up over the head of the pitcher. I can't believe Sims had to run that out. He was hit by the foul ball. Well, now that the play has happened, they better let him keep first base. That would be terrible if they took him back. He's on the ground now in visible pain, and we got the coaches coming out to discuss what happened. Sims hit the ball seemingly off his foot. It rolled out to the mound. The pitcher threw over to first, but it was an errant throw. Sims was still at home plate by the time that throw was made, trying to walk off the foul ball. When he saw there was an error, he started, effectively limping down the first base line before a second error allowed him to reach first. So now we're going to decide what happens is Sims has to walk it off. If they take him back to first, if they take him off of first, that would be just terrible. The umpires are walking down there to have a discussion. I think it should have been a foul ball from the start, but, now they're going to keep him out there at first. Kind of a broken play allowed Sims to reach first. He's going to stay in the game. He's one of the most competitive kids around. They'd have to drag him off the field at this point, I think. He's going to stay in at first. And it'll keep runners at the corners for Ryan Douglas. A strange turn of events. And I think, unfortunately, the umpires may have missed that one. But it benefits the Falcons at the end of the day. And as long as everyone's healthy, it'll be all right. Sims reaching on the error, by the way. There was a second error on that same play. And now it's Douglas with runners at the corners and nobody out. Ryan McFall comes set. And the pitch is shoved down the first base line. Douglas tried to bunt, but it was fielded in foul territory. That's a foul ball, no doubt about it. And the count is now 0-1. After Douglas, the lineup card turns over. It's Max Price. It seems like both teams were kind of flustered by that lack of a foul ball call, as the North Jackson coaches were hoping for it as well. I think they probably would have been fine had Sims not reached first, but at the end of the day, there he is, and taking a fairly aggressive lead off first as well. We'll see if Douglas tries to lay down a bunt in an 0-1 count. He does show bunt, but pulls back in time as that pitch misses below the knees. The count is 1-1 to Douglas. Ryan finished without a base hit in the opener today. He was hit by a pitch, he grounded out, and he flew out in that contest. And we've got time granted by North Jackson. Going to have a conference in the infield excluding the coaches. Just the guys going to come in and chat this one over. Gives us an opportunity to remind you that today's broadcast is brought to you by Abby's Legendary Pizza. I think I just saw a fan walk in with Abby's Legendary Pizza. They are One of the best pizza places in the Klamath Basin at 1919 Austin Street or 2226 Shalleck Street near OIT. Abby's Legendary Pizza is a proud supporter of high school sports. All right. Count is even at a ball and a strike to Ryan Douglas. Modest lead off a third for Hamilton, not much to speak of. And the pitch on the way. Douglas shows bunt again, but again pulls back. And the count is 2-1 to the Falcons' right-handed hitting left fielder. On the season, Douglas batting .333. He's got 9 RBI. Middle infield ready to turn 2 for North Jackson, but still nobody out in the inning. Here's the pitch. Douglas tries to bunt again, might have chased that one up out of the zone. He comes up empty, and the count is 2-2 to Douglas. Back on the mound is McFall. Corner is still in, protecting the bunt against Douglas in a 2-strike count, although maybe just playing in to try and cut down the lead runner on a hard ground ball to third. Here's the 2-2. Douglas takes that one below the knees, kicks away from the catcher and squirts down the third base side. That's going to allow Hamilton to score, getting the Falcons their first run of the ball game. Advancing to second on the wild pitch was Carson Sims, and so now the count is full to Douglas, and he still bats with a runner in scoring position. Now it's just Sims standing out there at second, a chance to add to that aforementioned RBI total. Trying to crack double digits. The pitch from Douglas, he may do it. A fly ball to left field, but coming in is DeVry. He does make the catch, and that is the first out in the third inning. Back to the top now for the Falcons. Here's the starting pitcher and leadoff man, Max Price. Same situation, although now with one out as Sims stands at second. Price is 0 for 1 in the contest. He struck out back in the first inning. Corners again in for North Jackson, but Price seemingly swinging away as he takes a first pitch breaking ball outside, and the count is 1-0. After Price in the Falcons order, it's Connor Shively. Delivery on the way to Price. It's a fastball knee-high over the heart of the plate for strike one. The count is even now to Max. Keeping an eye on Sims out there at second. About a 6-step lead off of second. Not terribly aggressive, and the shortstop Nugent not really holding him there either. The 1-1 pitch to Price is waved at and missed. And the count moves now to 1-2 to Max. Batting .382 on the season for the Falcons. But his 9 doubles paces the bunch. The 1-2 pitch on the way from Ryan McFall is going to be in the dirt. The count is 2-2. I should say Price is tied for the team lead in doubles. He's tied with Carson Sims, who's still out there at second base. Stockton delivers the sign to McFall, who checks on Sims before coming set. Checks on him again, but again, no one's there holding Sims. The pitch in is hit in the air to right field. Pierce having to come in, but he makes the grab for the second out. Sims not tagging. He'll stay out there at second, and it brings up Connor Shively. Shively 0 for 1 in the contest. He flew out back in the first inning of this one. Shively, who bats .482, looking for his first hit of the day. Again, was hitless in the opener. He hit the ball hard to center field. He's squared it up multiple times today, but has yet to find any green out there. The pitch to Shively, and he comes up empty on the swing and a miss. The count is 0-1. After Shively, it's Jacoby Takini finishing up his warm-up swings in the on-deck circle. Shively, the lone left-handed stick for the Falcons, awaits the 0-1. That one misses well outside in the right-handed batter's box even. Count is now even, 1-1. And Stockton now going to go out there and have a chat with the pitcher. Remind you that today's broadcast on mybasin.com is brought to you by God's Gifts Photography. If you're a parent of a high school athlete and tired of trying to take good photos and keep up with the action, that's all right. There is a solution. And that's God's Gifts Photography. They attend high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. You can search them up on Facebook at God's Gifts 2 to learn more. I believe Ryan Douglas came into the game to run in place of Carson Sims out there and will likely stick around as a defensive replacement. I want to make sure that will be the case in a bit. Sims was playing in center field, so Glidden could theoretically just slot in there or really anywhere in the outfield. A lot of these guys on the Falcons are pretty interchangeable with their outfield positions, but he would then be hitting in the 8-hole for the Falcons and bringing some ice into Sims. Reminder that he was the victim of a foul ball off his own his foot. When he was at bat, he reached on an error on a play that frankly should not have happened. And he stayed in the game up until this point, but Coach Teeter's making the call to remove him, at least for the moment. We'll see about permanently, as I see some ice being brought out to him in the dugout. I want to make sure he's okay, as the count will be 1-1 to Connor Shively as we resume play with Ryan McFall on the hill. And the pitch on the way to Shively. It is a ground ball towards the right side of the infield. Up with it is the second baseman, Mallory. Toss on to first is in time, and that will end the inning. But the Falcons do score a run on Corbin Hamilton coming in to score, and a 1-0 ball game as we go to the bottom of the third next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. It is the bottom of the third inning, and the Klamath Falls Falcons have a 1-0 lead against the North Jackson Royals. Ryan Glidden, the new entrant into the ball game. He's in center field, replacing Carson Sims. No other changes for the Falcons, at least not yet, in the bottom of the third inning. It'll be the top of the order for the Royals due up as they try to get back the run they surrendered in the top half of this inning. Nathan Mallory, Skylar Tribber, and Ryan McFall. Max Price moving along in his first start of the summer, getting ready for his third inning of action. He got Nathan Mallory on a flyout his first time around, so 0 for 1 for Mallory, class of 26 for Eagle Point High School. He'll be a senior next year. And the pitch on the way is a breaking ball called a strike on the outside part of the plate. Nice location for Price to get ahead of Mallory, using the breaking ball at that. Here he comes with the 0-1. That time goes fastball, a little bit more outside than the previous pitch, misses away. Count is even at 1. Mallory, the team's second leading hitter, .345 this year. Pitch is a line drive and settles down in center field for a leadoff single for Mallory here in the third inning. Brings up Skylar Tribber, who walked back in the first inning, and he was cut down on a steal attempt in that frame. About a 4-step lead, 4.5-step lead off of first for Mallory, as Price gets ready to deliver to Tribber. Corners in, and Price will step off before the pitch. Infield, middle infield, ready to try and turn two for the Falcons. Move over to first, but Mallory dives back safely. As far as him being a threat on the base paths, he doesn't pose the largest threat for North Jackson, at least statistically this season. He's stolen 2 bases this year, and he hasn't yet been caught, but I suppose not too much of a sample size to judge that off of just yet. The first pitch to Tribber missed upstairs. He was showing bunt, but pulled back in time. Now the 1-0 pitch. He shows bunt again. This time, after pulling back, the pitch finds the zone, and the count is even at a ball and a strike. After Tribber in the order, it's Ryan McFall due up next for North Jackson. As Price delivers the pitch. Again, showing bunt, and again, coming up empty is Tribber, and the count moves to a ball and 2 strikes. Safford now returning, playing third base, even with the bag. No need to protect bunt now in a 2-strike count. The delivery from Price is another curveball down looking as Tribber. Price has had that curveball working so far in the first 2 1/3 innings. It's the third guy he's set down looking on pretty much that exact pitch so far. But you got to wonder, second time through the order, are the Royals going to make an adjustment to try to protect against that pitch? So far, not so much. And even to start the first at-bat, or the at-bat against Ryan McFall, the first pitch is that outside breaking ball that gets called for a strike. Price using it not only to get ahead, but to set guys down. The 0-1 is a fastball that's hit sharply out towards short. Shively hops to grab it, throws on to second for 1, and can't get the back end, but a heck of a grab by Shively, playing an awkward hop at the shortstop position. Had to leave his feet to bring it in. They got the lead runner, and reaching on the fielder's choice was McFall. This guy didn't bring home the Gold Glove Award from Alaska for nothing. That was a great play to stick with it and at least get 1 out on that ground ball. Brings up Braden Nugent, who reached on an error his first time around. Runner on the move. The throw down to second is in time. And again, Takini catches a runner trying to steal. No runs in the inning. The Falcons lead 1-0. Going to the 4th next on 104.3 and 960 Sports.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
We'll welcome you back to the top of the 4th inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports as we give you the line score as we have it in a 1-0 ball game. 1 run on 1 hit for the Falcons. They've committed no errors. No runs on 3 hits and 2 errors for North Jackson so far in the contest. At least that's how I have it. The official score says 1 error, so I suppose we'll keep it at that right now. As far as runners left on base, 3 runners left on for North Jackson, 1 for the Falcons. As we get things off and rolling, it will be Takini, and Safford due up this half as we continue on in the nightcap of a doubleheader, and that sun really becoming a factor for those of you watching on mybasin.com. Hopefully it's only like that for the next little while as it starts to set behind the mountains here in the Rogue Valley. Unfortunately, with center field being facing directly west, there's not much I can do about it, so apologies there. Hope that you continue to bear with us, and if you can't see, hopefully I'm doing a fair enough job of trying to get the point across to you. And for those of you listening on radio, not having to deal with any of it, but we appreciate you all the same. Wherever you are and however you're joining us, thank you for following this season and this game of Klamath Falls Falcons baseball. We get a new pitcher in for North Jackson. It looks like we may have, it'll be McAllister coming out to pitch. Aaron McAllister for North Jackson. Doesn't look like any other changes around the diamond for the Royals right now. So we'll give you a statistical outlook on Aaron McAllister in just a moment, and then we'll close the book on Ryan McFall at some point this inning. Just going to make a couple adjustments to my book here. Okay, the right-hander McAllister is going to be a senior next year at Eagle Point High School. This season, he leads the team in innings pitched. This is his first appearance in relief, though. In 16 innings pitched, he's picked up 3 wins, all in his previous 3 starts. He's given up 15 hits, 9 runs, although just 3 of them earned. He's walked 4 and struck out 4 for a ERA of 1.31. And still conversating between home plate umpire Vic Lease and the coaching staffs. There was some kind of issue that North Jackson took issue with at the end of the last half inning, making it sound like it was a player safety issue, perhaps. The best I can figure is that Colin Tacchini was in applying the tag on the runner that was thrown out, perhaps blocking second base. Although when you have the ball, he has the right to apply the tag, and so it's been a long conversation between the home plate umpire and the Falcons coaching staff, and now the North Jackson coach coming out as continuing to warm up. I think we got to decide what exactly is going on here, guys. What's happening? Still, now, again, it's Tyson Wolf has come over to join the chat that was previously only being had by the home plate umpire and Sean Teeters. Sean now evacuating the conversation as Coach Wolf follows him down the third base side. And they continue to chat as not exactly sure what the outcome of any of this was, but while we have a moment, I suppose we can now read you out the final line score of the starting pitcher from North Jackson, which was Ryan McFall. And for him, through 3 innings of a start, would be on the hook for a loss, I believe. 1 hit, 1 run, it's unearned, and 1 strikeout. As there you go, that sun has settled down behind the hill. I guess just in time. Maybe that's what we're waiting for, for the broadcast to look a little bit better. On mybasin.com, the first pitch to Tacchini will miss outside. The count is 1-0. The first at-bat for Tacchini was a line out to third base. Hit the ball hard. Unfortunately, right at White, who's still stationed over there. Again, Jacoby Tacchini. He'll be followed by Colin Tacchini, then P.J. Safford. As the pitch is on the way, a hot shot to left field, but DeVry will leave his feet to make the catch and bring in the first out of the 4th inning. I said it once, I'll say it again. As far as a visitor, as opposing player, I've been impressed with the defense DeVry has played in left so far, and that is just another addition to what's been a stellar game for him in left field for North Jackson. So bring up Colin Tacchini for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Tacchini hit into a line drive in the 2nd inning. And now McAllister ready to deliver to the Falcons' second baseman. The first pitch is swung on and missed. Count is 0-1 to Colin Tacchini. Like I said, I think the issue that we were dealing with at the start of this inning had to do with how he was applying the tag at second base, although it's the best we can figure. Don't really have a truthful indication yet. As the 0-1 pitch is on the way to Colin, and it misses low and away, bounces to the plate. The count is even at 1 to Colin Tacchini. In the opener today for Colin, he was 1 for 3. Had a couple of RBI as well, once on a single in the 3rd inning, once on a sacrifice fly in the 7th inning. The 1-1 pitch to Colin is offered up at and missed. Count moves to a ball and 2 strikes to the Lakeview High School product. Tacchini will be a senior next year for the Honkers as he readies for the 1-2. And the pitch is a changeup that Tacchini is out in front of. Swing and a miss for strike 3. That is the 2nd out in the top of the 4th inning, and it will bring up P.J. Safford. Safford 0 for 1 at the plate in this game. He flew out to left field. That was back in the second. I said in the opener, Safford had a great game. He was 2 for 4, a couple of RBIs, pitched a complete game on the mound. Now looking for more here in this contest. Pitch on the way from McAllister. He kicks, he fires, and he will miss outside and low for ball 1. On the season, PJ hitting .292. 21 hits, only 2 extra base hits, 17 RBI on the year for him. It's a product of Klamath Union High School. Awaits the 1-0 pitch. It's a fastball that finds the outside part of the zone. The count is even now at 1. Stockton doing a nice job of framing up that outside pitch. Both catchers really have done a nice job of framing up that outside pitch all day long. And that time maybe stealing a strike for their pitcher. Here's the 1-1. Curveball that Safford bats foul into the parking lot. Doesn't sound like it caught a windshield. Lucky enough for me, that's where my car was parked. So the count is now 1-2 to PJ Safford. Carson Pimley waits on deck for the Falcons. Safford settles back in. Swings his bat around, and it settles on his back shoulder. It's the 1-2. Here it comes. Hit into the air, center field, into the gap, but moving over is Tribber. He will make the catch. And that sets down the side in the top of the 4th inning for the Falcons. A 1-0 ball game, and Klamath Falls leads North Jackson as we go to the bottom of the 4th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Wait, all I do is wait. So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been away forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Set now for the bottom of the 4th inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. The Klamath Falls Falcons lead 1-0. Max Price continues to work out there, and he will have to go through 4, 5, and 6 in the North Jackson order. That's Nugent, Stockton, and DeVry, as the Royals look to get back the run they surrendered in the top of the 3rd inning. Stepping in is the aforementioned Braden Nugent. He reached on an error back in the 1st inning, but still hitless today. Here's the pitch. Fastball outside corner. That's where Price has been living against these right-handed hitters today, away and typically low in the zone as well, although that fastball about belt high to Nugent. Here's the second offering from Price. It's a chopper back up the middle and through into center field, and a base hit for Nugent. First hit for Nugent in this ball game brings up Colin Stockton. Stockton is 0 for 1 in the game. He struck out back in the 1st inning. And the season for Colin Stockton as he gets the signs in from the third base coach. Stockton is batting .240 this season for North Jackson. 5 RBI on the season for him, puts him tied for second most on the team. As Price comes set, here's the pitch. He shows bunt, and the pitch misses outside and away. Count is 1-0 to Colin Stockton, class of 27, at Eagle Point High School. The Eagles of Eagle Point finished in 5th place in the Midwestern League this year. That pitch misses upstairs. Count moves to 2-0. Missing the playoffs after a 9-17 overall season, 6-12 in the Midwestern League. Thurston won that conference, 18-0. Crater, which makes up most of the Central Point squad in our league, finished 14-4 in the league, placed second as another pitch missed outside, 3-0. It was North Eugene, then Churchill, and then Eagle Point, followed by Ashland and Springfield. Both of those teams finished 2-16 to round out the 5A Midwestern League. Count 3-0 to Stockton. Price comes set, and the pitch is going to be called a strike. Was it called a strike? No, called a ball. 4-pitch walk. And 2 men on, no man out. And Mason DeVry, a chance to get across the opening run for North Jackson. Mason DeVry 0 for 1 in the contest as Jacoby Takini goes out and has a quick chat with Max Price. Want to remind you that today's broadcast brought to you by Coldwell Banker, Holman Premier Realty. Little things can add up to big bills when you're buying, selling, or owning a home. That's why Coldwell Banker, Holman Premier Realty's exclusive Beyond the Sale guarantees protect buyers, sellers, and homeowners from unexpected repair bills. To learn more, call Coldwell Banker, Holman Premier Realty today. Price back on the rubber, nobody out, 2 men on, and the first pitch is called a strike. Again, outside to the right-handed hitting new entrant to the ball game, Aaron McAllister, hitting in the spot of Mason DeVry. This is the 6 hole for North Jackson. Shows bunt again, and again a looping breaking ball called a strike, and the count is 0-2 to McAllister. John Garcia is still on deck. Price looks in, gets the sign from Takini behind the plate. The pitch is a bunt foul ball, and that will be a strikeout as McAllister goes down on the bunt in foul territory. Don't often see bunt being kept on in a 2-strike count unless there was a missed sign somewhere. But regardless, it'll bring up John Garcia, now with Nugent at second and Stockton at first. 1 away in the inning, and Garcia's 1 for 1 today. He singled back in the second inning against Max Price. Fairly aggressive lead off of second for Nugent, and Takini's going to make sure he's aware of it. The first pitch to Garcia, waves and misses at that one. Probably needed an 8-iron to catch up to that curveball from Price, and the count is 0-1. After Garcia in the order, it's Colton Pierce for the North Jackson Royals. Price taking his time a little bit more out there now with the runners on base, trying to slow things down as the 0-1 is another curveball in the dirt. Both runners on the move. The throw down from Takini is not going to get Nugent advancing to third. Stockton moved up to second, but it was a swinging strike 2. Still with 1 out, but now 2 men in scoring position for North Jackson. Becomes ever more important for Jacoby Takini to be the solid backstop that he so often is for the Klamath Falls Falcons. The all-state catcher trying to protect the lead here in the bottom of the 4th inning. No, I thought both runners advanced. Only one did. Still standing at first is Stockton. They check on him over there, and he is back safely. So point still remains about that runner at third, though, for Takini. That's the guy that you can't afford to have come home here in the middle part of the ball game. The tying run stands there. Price set with the 0-2. Pitch is a fastball that misses upstairs. Might have been sort of working as a pitch out just to see if there's anything on the move for North Jackson with the speedy Stockton over there at first. The Falcons, as I said, though, have been good about these situations this summer. The pitch gets away from Takini, bounces off his shin guard and rattles down the first base side. That will allow a run to score. And advancing to second is Stockton. And so we are tied 1-1 in the bottom of the 4th inning with 1 out. The count will be 2-2 to Garcia. That pitch was low. Takini dropped down to block it, but it just kicked off his shin guard. And when the ball meets plastic, there's no really telling of where it's going to go. So run comes in to score on the wild pitch. But Price fires back with a straight fastball. Goes heater to get Garcia swinging at strike 3, and that is the second out in the bottom of the 4th inning. Second strikeout in a row for Price as well. 6 total on the game for Max, and here's Colton Pierce. 2 away runner in scoring position is Colin Stockton. Price checks the runner before coming set. Colin Tacchini just keeping him honest, and the pitch in is going to miss away. Count is 1-0 to Colton Pierce. Bats .304 this season for North Jackson. 6 RBI and 6 runs scored on the season. He is tied for the team lead in that RBI total. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and missed. That time goes inside with the fastball and produces the swing and the miss from Pierce. Count is even at a ball and strike. Pierce 0 for 1 today. He grounded out back in the second. On deck is the number 9 hitter, Cooper White. The 1-1. Price drops in a slider, starts inside to the right-handed hitting Pierce, but then creeps back across the plate. Nice location there for Price to use it to get ahead. 1-2. Timeout called. And timeout called by the batter, Pierce. And might have been tying the shoes out there at second. Now that I take a second look out there, Stockton was down on one knee, so that could be it as well. Back ready to go, though, 1-2. Price looks in. Now set with Tacchini, who sets up outside. The pitch is going to miss low and away. Not a bad location and a 2-strike count to try to get the hitter to chase, but Pierce wisely laying off, and Tacchini keeping the ball in the dirt in front of him. Runner remains at second. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th inning with a runner on second. Price set, steps, and delivers. Outside slider misses, and the count is full. Unlikely that Stockton would be on the move in this situation with a full count and 2 outs. But stranger things have happened already in this game alone. The 3-2. No runner on the move, and a swing and a miss. Pierce goes down on strikes. Price, after allowing a leadoff single and a walk, struck out the next 3 batters. The game is tied, 1-1 as we go to the top of the 5th next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Time to reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
At Eisler Group, they are confident that their tax and accounting professionals are experienced and trained like no one else. From individual, corporate, partnership, estate, trust, Eisler Group stands ready to help you with all of your financial, tax, and accounting needs. They have been in Klamath Falls for nearly 60 years, raising their families here and being part of the community. The Eisler Group can be found at eislerkf.com. That's ISLERKF.com. eislerkf.com.
It's the top of the 5th inning, and we are tied at 1 here at Eagle Point High School between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the North Jackson Royals. It'll be Carson Pimley, Corbin Hamilton, and Ryan Glidden to hit this half inning for the Klamath Falls Falcons. They like to get something going against Aaron McAllister, the second pitcher in the ballgame for North Jackson. Falcons scored their lone run in the 3rd inning. And North Jackson answered back in the bottom of the 4th, and that's how we find ourselves tied at 1, just past the middle point of the ball game. Again, this is the second of a doubleheader tonight here at Eagle Point High School. The Klamath Falls Falcons picking up a win in Game 1, 6-2, and looking to complete the sweep of North Jackson here on the road. But first, they need to take a lead, and it starts with this at-bat for Carson Pimley. Pimley 0 for 1 in the ballgame thus far, popped out to first base. That was back in the 2nd inning. Although this is his first look at Aaron McAllister. Pitch on the way to Pimley. He will watch a breaking ball, find the zone for strike 1. Pimley on the season is batting .267 for the Falcons. This is his 9th start of the summer. The 0-1. Misses outside. That's kind of wild putting it in perspective for me. Here we are, game number 26 for the Falcons. We've seen so much baseball this summer. And Pimley, he's played in 17 games, but this is his 9th start. That's as many games as North Jackson has played all season, is 9. The 1-1 misses outside, 2-1. Well, it feels like we don't see Pimley a ton. Again, that'd be a third of games this season, just about, that Pimley has appeared in, and that's all of the games for the Royals. The 2-1 on its way is a slow bouncing ball out towards short. Up with it is Nugent. The throw on to first is in time, and a fine play to record the out in the top of the 5th inning. And I bring up all these points about our schedule not to complain, of course, but to just show how long the Falcons have been playing together, how just battle-tested they are. I think yesterday was a good example in the 10-8 loss against Phoenix. And even though it was a loss, I think the Falcons had probably a lot to take from that game, as the first pitch to Hamilton misses outside, a game in which you fall behind 10-1. And I said this on the broadcast too, a team that's this young, who has this many games on the schedule against a non-league opponent, could have very easily thrown in the towel yesterday. It's the 1-0 pitch on the way to Hamilton is hit foul. Count is even 1-1. But the Falcons did not throw in the towel yesterday. In fact, they battled hard. They scored 7 unanswered runs, and in the bottom of the ninth, or the top of the 9th inning rather, they got the tying run on base and the go-ahead run to the plate. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too little too late, but I think it showed a lot of heart and the resilience that this team can have if they dig for it. As Hamilton lines a single into center field, and a 1-out base knock for the first baseman for the Falcons will give Ryan Glidden a chance with a runner on and 1 away. Again, we've played most games in our league. I would venture to guess, again, I don't know this for sure, I would venture to guess probably the most games in a Class A team in the state of Oregon. AAA teams play a schedule like the Falcons are playing this year. Now, of course, years past, the Falcons were a AAA team playing at the single-A classification this year due to the youth of the team, but still, it's been a slog of a schedule. But I think the team, in the long run, will be better for battling through adversity. I mean, that's part of the mental part of baseball, is that after you have a game where you're 0 for 3 or 0 for 4, or you're on the mound and you get rattled for 6 runs, got to come back to the ballpark the next day. So the 1-0 pitch on the way to Glidden is fisted into right field and in for a base hit. Hamilton's going to put the brakes on at second, but back-to-back 1-out singles puts 2 men on for Ryan Douglas. Nice piece of opposite field hitting there for Ryan Glidden. His 7th hit of the summer. Came in batting .231, but we'll see that average rise up a little bit for that knock. The corners come in to protect bunt against Ryan Douglas with Glidden on first, Hamilton at second. Douglas 0 for 1 in the contest. He flew out to left field in the 3rd inning. Well, thought that the corners were going to come in to protect bunt, but instead they returned to their normal stations. Middle infield ready for a double play as Douglas takes a fastball outside. 1-0. On deck after Douglas is Max Price. Douglas on the season, batting .333. 16 RBI for him this summer. The 1-0 drifts away. The count now 2-0 to Douglas. After Pimley grounded out to start the inning, back-to-back singles from Hamilton and Glidden have put Douglas in this opportunity to try to break our 1-1 tie here in the top of the 5th. Pitch on the way from McAllister. Douglas looks at a knee-high fastball for strike 1. Back on the mound is McAllister. Decent lead off of second for Hamilton. Not much to speak of for Glidden off of first, as a foul ball will wind up in the parking lot. The count is even now 2-2, and Glidden doesn't have anywhere really to go unless they do a double steal on, but still about a 4-step lead. About a 5-step lead now and a 2-strike count for Glidden off of first. The 2-2 on the way to Douglas is looked at for strike 3, knee-high on the outside part of the zone, and Douglas down looking for the second out in the 5th inning. That outside portion of the zone has been there all day against the right-handed hitters. The guy who's about to hit right now, Max Price, has exploited that all day when he's been on the mound. But that time, the widened zone not benefiting the Falcons as Douglas goes down for the first time today on strikes. Here's Max Price, who is 0 for 2 today, looking for his first base hit. He watches a breaking ball miss high and away. The count 1-0 to Max. Struck out and flew out. So far in this contest, I should say, Price did get a base hit, couple of base hits in the opener today, finished 2 for 4 with 2 RBI in the 6-2 win in the opener today against North Jackson. Douglas sends a bouncing ball down the third base line, foul. Count is even at a ball and a strike. And by the way, we did find out that earlier when we had a little bit of a delay, I thought I was speculating about it being Colin Takini and an issue with the tag being applied at second. I was completely wrong. It had to do with the sun, and I made a joke about it, that there was a terrible glare and they waited for the sun to go down, but that is actually what happened. There was a terrible glare behind home plate, and so that way the catcher could receive the ball. They waited until the sun went down to complete the ball game. So the 1-1 pitch misses outside at 2-1. It worked out great for me, and hopefully worked out great for you too, those of you watching on mybasin.com. Thank you for sticking around. It's a beautiful pink sky, though, here in Eagle Point, Oregon. Reminds you of the sunset we had the other night back in the Klamath Basin after that thunderstorm. As the thunderstorm finished up here, we're greeted with the same purple and pink clouds as the sun sets here in the Rogue Valley. Another pitch misses low. The count 3-1 to Max Price. If the inning continues, Connor Shively is on deck for the Falcons. And a couple of fans out here taking pictures of the sky. It is just so stunning, like a painted picture here in Jackson County. The 3-1, McAllister delivers the pitch. And a ball misses outside, maybe a little bit upstairs. And Price will take a walk and load the bases for Connor Shively. So Hamilton is on third, Glidden is on second, and Price is on first. And Shively stepping in now. Shively is 0 for 2 in this contest, but I still think, even though he hasn't got a hit in either of the first 2 games so far, this is the guy you want up in this spot to try to break a tie with the bases loaded. Shively fouls off the first pitch, 0-1. Never like to make predictions in baseball, but I'll go ahead and levy one. Shively might just be due here. 482 hitter, leads the team in RBI. Might just be waiting for a big spot to come through for Shively. Had 3 hits yesterday, all big hits in the loss against Phoenix. They shift against Shively, going towards the right side as Shively watches a breaking pitch drop in, 0-2. Shortstop playing almost on top of the second base bag. That's Nugent. A big gap on the left side of the infield. Not sure if North Jackson is aware of the scouting report on Shively, but that's where he loves to hit the ball. Here's the 0-2. Shively watches a pitch in the dirt. The count is 1-2. After Shively, Jacoby Takini is up next for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Hamilton and Glidden both reaching on singles. Price, of course, most recently working the walk. Shively trying to find a way to knock in one or a few, but he's behind in the count 1-2. McAllister looks in, gets the sign from Stockton, but Shively calls time before the pitch can be delivered. Looks like maybe McAllister and Stockton weren't exactly on the same page on that offering either. This time, though, McAllister set. The 1-2, the pitch. Shively hits a rocket to left field. It is down for a base hit. It'll be extra bases. 1 run in. 2. Oh, they called it foul. Everyone was running around. I was looking at the home plate umpire. There was no designation, but the base umpire called it foul. And so everyone has to go back. Shively going to have to refocus. Thought we just potentially had a bases clearing extra base hit, but instead a ball which was just foul down the third baseline. And the count remains 1-2 to Shively. All right, he settles back in. Trying to find another 2-strike pitch to hit. Here it comes to Shively. Watches that one miss wide. A good take there by Shively, trying to get the lefty to chase. Connor spits on the outside fastball to even the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the 5th inning, bases loaded in a tie ball game. Set is McAllister. And the pitch. Shively hits a line drive into center field and caught by Tribber. Another hard hit ball from Shively, can't touch down. And the Falcons leave the bases loaded in the 5th inning. To the bottom half we go, tied at 1 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
It's the bottom of the 5th inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. We are tied at 1 between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the North Jackson Royals. Thank you for joining us, however you might be listening or watching or wherever you might be in our great country. Appreciate you all the same. Or if you're abroad, hey, welcome to the broadcast on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. Reminder that everything you need to know about the Falcons for the rest of their season can be found on mybasin.com/Falcons. We've got updated standings daily. We've got a new look at the schedule, which I'll do my best to show you before we head off the air tonight. We've got all of our past broadcasts as well as game recaps for every game of the season available on mybasin.com/Falcons. 9-1-2 this half inning due up for North Jackson. It'll be Cooper White, Nathan Mallory, and Skylar Tribber against Max Price, getting started in the bottom of the 5th inning. White is 0 for 1 today as he readies for the first pitch. Price gets across a strike up in the zone on the fastball, count 0-1. White did strike out back in the 2nd inning in his only other plate appearance of this contest. In the opener, White was 0 for 3. Hits one foul, falls behind 0-2. On the season, White is 2 for his first 17, a batting average of 118. Here's the delivery from Price. Misses upstairs with a fastball. Count is 1-2. And again, Nathan Mallory is on deck for North Jackson. Pitch on the way from Price. 1-2 is a breaking pitch in the dirt. And the count moves to 2-2. Take a quick check of the line score for Max Price. Again, this has been his first start of the summer, and he's working fairly deep into this ball game so far. The 2-2 is going to miss off the plate outside, 3-2. Price through 4 innings has allowed 4 hits, 1 earned run. He struck out 7. This will be pitch number 75 for him right here. Pitch on the way. The 3-2 is a line shot into right field, down for a single. White reaches to lead off the bottom of the 5th inning. North Jackson has the go-ahead run on base. And thought we might be getting a change for North Jackson. We will not. It will be Nathan Mallory to bat now for the boys in powder blue down there. Mallory 1 for 2 in the contest. He flew out back in the 1st. He singled in the 3rd. Now bats with a runner on and nobody out. And considering Price threw over 25 pitches in the 1st inning, he's been fairly economical and efficient since then. But after a leadoff single, going to have to battle to get out of this inning with the lead, or the tie rather, still intact. Bunted out of play, foul. Count is 0-1 to Nathan Mallory. Going to try to lay down a bunt to move the runner into scoring position. Cooper White looks to be a fairly speedy base runner out there. Again, with his batting average down below 150, hasn't had a ton of chances to be on base this year, but White is 3 for 3 in stolen base opportunities. The 0-1 is another bunt attempt by Mallory, but he pulls back in time to watch ball 1 drift outside. Count is even to the leadoff hitter for the Royals. And he'll be showing bunt as Price comes set and delivers the pitch. Another one misses off the plate outside. Count is 2-1. Now, all's to say, as speedy as White may be at first, North Jackson has not had any success, really, running against Jacoby Takini today. The 2-1 is laid down in front of the mound. Safford up with it. He's going to throw to first and will get the back runner, the trailing runner, advancing White to second with 1 out. So that's how you draw it up if you're North Jackson. Move the man into scoring position now for Skylar Tribber. Safford fielded it, thought about going to second, but decided better throwing on to first. At least getting 1 out as Tribber steps in. Now he's 0 for 1. He walked in the first, struck out in the third. Not much of a lead off of second for White. And the pitch is a line drive to Shively at short. He plays it on 1 hop and fires a dart to Hamilton across the diamond in time. Advancing to third on the play was White. And so go ahead, run 90 feet away for Ryan McFall. That line drive kind of knuckled at Shively a little bit. So he was patient, played it off a hop, and made the out at first. McFall a chance to break the tie, though, with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. So far in the ballgame, 0 for 1. He walked in the first, reached on a fielder's choice in the third. And the first pitch to him is the curveball from Price that finds the outside part of the zone. And Price uses it to get ahead, 0-1. If the inning continues, Braden Nugent is on deck for the North Jackson Royals. The pitch from Price, another curveball. This time it misses beneath the zone. Count is 1-1. McFall is the team's leading hitter for North Jackson, batting .462, and he is tied for the team lead in RBI this season. The 1-1 from Price is a curveball lined right at Corbin Hamilton, who brings it in and ends the inning. A lot of hard hit balls right at guys today, and the latest victim is Ryan McFall to end the bottom of the 5th inning. We remain tied, headed to the top of the 6th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
MyBasin.com is your go-to place for news,
Sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
It's the top of the 6th inning, and we are still tied on 104.3 and 960 Sports, a score of 1-1. As these teams have battled hard against each other so far. It's been a good, entertaining baseball game, but not a lot of actual runs have come across the score. Both teams have flirted with plenty. We'll take a check of the line score here for both teams in just a moment. As we bring up the bigger scoreboard there for those of you watching on MyBasin.com. For Klamath Falls, 1 run on 3 hits. They've committed no errors. They have left 5 runners on base, including bases loaded back in the last the last inning in the top of the 5th. For North Jackson, 1 run on 5 hits. They've committed 1 error, and they have left 5 runners on base in the contest. So here's Jacoby Tacchini, tasked with leading things off in the top of the 6th for the boys in blue. Tacchini is 0 for 2, though, in the contest. Line out to third base in the first, flew out to left in the 4th. Pitch on the way from McAllister is a curveball that's just off the outside part of the plate for a ball, 1-0. Jacoby, so far this season, batting .267. Might have just heard our first fireworks set off, only 3 hours away from Independence Day. I imagine that may not be the last. Tacchini sends a line drive into left field, but in to make the catch is the left fielder for the first out in the 6th inning. It is Ryan McFall out there in left as he exited the game as a pitcher a couple innings ago. Realized I hadn't made that adjustment on my end. So, yes, Ryan McFall in left field for North Jackson. Now a chance for Colin Tacchini to hit with the bases empty. First pitch to him, called a strike. The count 0-1. Tacchini in the contest thus far 0 for 2. A line out to first base in the 2nd inning and a strikeout. That was in the 4th inning. A lot of guys who've lined out for both teams, really. I mean, like I said, this game, even though we're tied at 1-1, we've seen a lot of hard-hit balls today. This one is a ground ball towards short. It eats up the shortstop, Nugent, rattles over his head and into center field. And a one-out base runner for the Klamath Falls Falcons as Tacchini reaches, bringing up P.J. Safford. Safford today is 0 for 2. Couple of flyouts, once in the 2nd and once in the 4th. And, of course, with Tacchini reaching on the error, the go-ahead run is on base. Safford came up with a couple of big hits in the first game today, namely the 2 RBI single in the 3rd inning that helped the Falcons claim a lead. He can try to give his team a lead here. A well-hit ball in the gap. You could theoretically see Tacchini scoring from first on a play like that. Here's the pitch from Safford. Tacchini's on the move. Safford pokes one foul, and the count is 0-1 to PJ. And especially if a hit and run is on, you could certainly see that being the case for the Falcons here in the top of the 6th. If you're curious who's due up in the bottom of the 6th for North Jackson, it's the middle of their order, 4, 5, and 6. And presumably, Max Price would be back out there. Haven't seen anything to the contrary. With all the Falcons in the dugout right now, no one's warming up in the bullpen. And unlike pretty much everywhere else in our league, we've got a pretty clear shot of the bullpen over here at Eagle Point High School, so can accurately make out if anyone comes out to start getting some warm-up tosses in for the Falcons. Can relay you that information a lot better than, like I said, I can just about anywhere else. The 0-1 pitch on the way to Safford is taken upstairs for a ball. The count is even now, 1-1 after Safford in the order. It is Carson Pimley for the Klamath Falls Falcons, as, again, they hope to break our 1-1 tie in the top of the 6th. The Falcons scored their lone run back in the 3rd inning. North Jackson responded with a run of their own in the bottom of the 4th, and since then we've been deadlocked. The 1-1. Safford hits a ground ball to short. Nugent tosses on to Mallory at second for 1, and they get them both. A 6-4-3 double play ends the 6th inning, and we will go to the bottom half, still tied on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
We drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
It's the bottom of the sixth inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Still tied up at 1 between the Falcons and the North Jackson Royals. It'll be Braden Nugent, Colin Stockton, and Aaron McAllister due up this half inning against Max Price in the sixth inning of his start. Pitch misses low and away. The count 1-0 to Nugent, who is 1 for 2 today. Reached on an error in the first, but then singled and scored. The only run of the ball game thus far for North Jackson. That was in the fourth inning. The 1-0 two-seam fastball graces the outside black. The count is even now at 1-1. Taking a look at Nugent on the season, he's batting .294 for the North Jackson Royals. He's got 2 doubles, which is tied for second most on the team. As Price goes again with the two-seam fastball, letter high across the middle of the plate, and the count is a ball and 2 strikes to Nugent. Price looking in, delivering from the windup. He gets the sign from Tacchini. He's agreeable to it. Steps, kicks, and fires. Slider fouled off. And the count is still 1-2. Thought I was trying to listen. Thought that might have caught a windshield on the foul ball, but it did not. Line drive right field. That's going to be over the head of Pimley and will be extra bases. Getting into second is Nugent. He's rounding and going to third, and he will get in standing. And a lead-off triple has North Jackson in business in the bottom of the sixth inning. The first time a hard hit ball has actually resulted in an extra base hit in this contest, it seems, and North Jackson the beneficiary of it here to lead off the sixth inning. Now they've got Colin Stockton to try to drive in the go-ahead run. For Nugent on the season, that is his first triple of the 2025 campaign. Timeout is called. Coach Craig Connor comes out of the dugout to have a chat with Max Price. Unsure if they're going to make a move here at this moment, but we'll remind you that today's broadcast on MyBasin.com is brought to you in part by the Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. They know that picking the right path can make the journey easier, the distance shorter, and can assure that you end up at the right place. Whether you're dreaming of owning a home or you just want a great checking account, Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union can help you reach your goals. And it looks like we are going to be seeing a change for the Falcons here in this inning, as Colin Tacchini is going to take over on the hill and presumably just going to swap places with Max Price at second. So we'll let Colin get some warm-up tosses in and step aside. When we come back, we'll have a runner at third and nobody out in a tie ball game in the bottom of the sixth inning. So stick around. You won't want to miss it. 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
New pitcher in the game for the Klamath Falls Falcons is one Colin Tacchini, making his 6th appearance overall in the season, his first in relief this summer. He carries a 3-0 record through 25 2/3 innings pitched, giving up 26 hits, 12 runs, 9 of them earned. He has walked 7 and struck out 20 batters on the campaign so far for the Falcons. Good enough for an ERA of 2.45. He's got a tall task in front of him with nobody out and a runner at third Takini is going to try and keep this a tie ball game in the bottom of the 6th. Colin Stockton will be his first task in relief. And again, Max Price, the starter, is responsible for that runner at third as he stands at second base now and the Falcons' infield comes in. Seem about ready for the at-bat from Colin Stockton. He's 0 for 1 today. He struck out in the first, and he walked in the 4th. And umpires having a discussion. Want to make sure that Colin is ready to rock and roll out there in a big spot for the Falcons. It's going to be the biggest series of at-bats so far in this game. And are we got to cut the music out? There we go. Okay. Not sure who's up there running the board, but had the music going for a moment, but looks like we're ready for baseball. Had a little bit of everything in this contest, it seems, today. All right. Here's the pitch to Stockton. Again, the infield in for North Jackson. That pitch misses upstairs. The count 1-0. Another firework has gone off back in the distance. Wouldn't be shocked if you wind up seeing some over the fence. Getting closer and closer to the 4th of July. Parade downtown starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow. 1-0 pitch on the way to Stockton is taken for a ball outside, maybe a bit upstairs is the indication from the umpire. The count is 2-0 to Stockton. On deck is McAllister. Carson Robinson is on deck for North Jackson. The 2-0 pitch from Takini is also going to miss upstairs. The count is 3-0 to Stockton. Again, he's walked already in the ball game back in the 4th inning. He was left stranded, though, in scoring position in that frame. It's the only inning in which North Jackson has had offense go their way. But looking for more here in the bottom of the 6th. Runner at third, here's the 3-0. That one gets across in the zone for a strike. Middle fastball. And the count is 3-1. Still a good hitter's count for Stockton. And with first base open, Colin doesn't necessarily have to challenge him here in this spot. The 3-1 is going to miss outside, so it will keep runners at the corners with Carson Robinson. Jacoby Takini going to give signals to his infield here. Just going to make a quick change as Robinson is the 3rd batter to hit in the 6 hole here. First it was DeVry, then it was McAllister, and now it is Robinson. Robinson in the opener today was 0 for 3, couple of groundouts and a strikeout. Runners on the move from first. Getting into second is Stockton without a throw. So now in an 0-1 count, there's 2 men in scoring position. That eliminates the double play possibility. The infield is still in for the Falcons. Jacoby going out to talk with Colin for just a moment. The two cousins sharing a word ahead of this big spot for their ball club. 0-1 is the count to Robinson. John Garcia is on deck for North Jackson. Nugent at third, Stockton at second. And the 0-1. Showing bunt is Robinson. It's a curveball that's in the zone. 0-2. Robinson pulled back bunt. And now in a 2-strike count, he'll be swinging away. The infield, as I stated, is going to remain in, protecting the go-ahead run from scoring late in this one. Colin comes set. Steps and delivers the 0-2. A curveball just misses high. Not a bad pitch on an 0-2. Thought that might have been it against Robinson. I know I'm not the only one here who thought that might have been strike 3 looking. But now Colin has to battle back. Still ahead in the count, 1-2. Here's the pitch. Fastball. Rung him up on a pitch that was low inside. Might have been a bit of a make-em-up call there, as that is the first strikeout in the 6th inning. John Garcia getting ready to step in now in a big RBI spot for the North Jackson Royals. One away, two men in scoring position for the home team from North Jackson County. First pitch from Takini. Checks his swing, held up in time. The count is 1-0. Looking at John Garcia this season, the team's third leading hitter. He bats .333. He's got 5 RBI. 1 double, 1 triple. Otherwise, he's been all singles this year. The 1-0 pitch on the way from Takini. He hits it foul. Count is even 1-1. On deck after Garcia is Colton Pierce for the North Jackson Royals. Hasn't been a bigger spot yet in this ball game. Started off with the triple from Braden Nugent. He still stands there. Stockton walked and took second. That's why he's in scoring position. And after the strikeout, here's the 1-1. Waved at and missed. 1-2. Goes outside with the curveball, and Garcia chased. 1-2 on the way to Garcia. Takini delivers the sign from behind the plate, gives the target. And he sets up away from the right-handed hitter. The fastball blew it by him, and a big strikeout there for Colin Takini. And now there's 2 away in the 6th inning. Now Colton Pierce. Still an opportunity for the Royals. They're not out of the woodwork yet, although now the Falcons' infield returns to standard positioning. No longer in as a force out at first base. Makes it easy. Pitch on the way to Pierce is a curveball that graces the outside part of the zone. The count is 0-1. On deck after Pierce is Cooper White. He'll hope for a chance with his team in front. But first, it comes down to Pierce, who's 0 for 2 today. He grounded out and struck out so far. Pitch from Takini will miss high and tight. Count is even. Pierce struck out in the 4th inning. That was his most recent at-bat. Takini has come in relief, and after walking the first batter, has struck out the next 2, and is now in a 1-1 count against Colton Pierce. The delivery from Colin drops in a curveball, and belt high on the inside corner. Takini close to working out of this one, but he's got to find it within him to get one more pitch in the zone. Biggest pitch of the night thus far as Takini looks in. Comes set. Takini, a deep breath before the pitch. 1-2, swung on and missed! And a huge strikeout for Colin Takini. Sets down the side and leaves the go-ahead run at third in the bottom of the 6th inning. Not a bigger pitch tonight, and Takini comes out on top. To the top of the 7th we go on 104.3 and 960 Sports.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, the retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
It is the top of the 7th inning, and we are still tied on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com as we get things going. A new pitcher into the game for North Jackson and the Royals. It's going to be Nathan Mallory now on the hill for the Royals. Taking a look at him this season, Mallory in 8 innings pitched has an 0-1 record. He's given up 5 hits and 1 run. He's walked 4 and struck out 1, a sub-1 ERA through the first 8 innings of his campaign. Look at some other changes. We're still missing a left fielder for North Jackson as Mallory came in from second. I'm going to imagine that the former left fielder McFall has come into play second. That looks like him out there, and a new fielder in left is Mason DeVry, who makes his return to the ball game. So there you have it. After a huge bottom of the sixth inning, where North Jackson left the go-ahead run at third, Klamath Falls will try to take a late lead in this game. It'll be Carson Pimley, Corbin Hamilton, and Hunter Glidden due up this half for the Falcons. That is 6, 7, and 8 in their order against Nathan Mallory. Handful of Falcons fans on their feet, handful of Royals fans on their feet. This has been a fantastic baseball game. A lot of high wire acts out there on the mound so far as the first pitch misses. A curveball dropped in the dirt to Carson Pimley, who's 0 for 2 today. He flew out in the second and grounded out in the fifth, looking for his first knock in the seventh inning. The 1-0 misses outside, count 2-0. Falcons dugout vocal down the first base side, trying to will their team to a late inning victory. Last time a game was this tight was back at the Alaska 529 Midseason Classic Tournament Championship game against Madisonville of Kentucky. That game that the Falcons lost 1-0. But there haven't been a lot of real tight games this year for the Falcons. Aside from that 1-0 loss earlier in the year, the other one that comes to mind would be the tie that also happened in Alaska. It was a 4-4 tie as Pimley works a 4-pitch walk to lead off the seventh inning. Chase Barrett going to come in and run for Carson Pimley. Looks to be a pinch runner. Perhaps Barrett will make a defensive appearance in the next half inning. But as I was saying, not very many close games on the schedule. The game against Phoenix yesterday was a 2-run ball game. Although the Falcons had to really battle to make it that close, it was certainly not that close all the way through. A 10-1 at a certain point in that one. Otherwise, that 4-4 tie, the next closest game would be a 1-0 finish. Everything else has been decided by a wide margin. Even the games that the Falcons have lost. I mean, the only other close doubleheader was against Central Point, a 5-3 loss and a 5-4 win. Everything else has not been this intriguing as a baseball fan as the pitch gets away from the catcher and Barrett advances to second. Count is 1-0 to Corbin Hamilton. A good spot for a guy like Corbin to come in and swing the stick a little bit. 377 hitter this season. Hamilton has 18 RBI. And we're going to have a visit from head coach Tyson Wolf. Coach Wolf, also the coach of the Eagle Point Eagles. He's in his fourth season with the ball club. Coach Wolf took over the Eagles in 2021, the year after the COVID-shortened season. Sean Gallagher took it over from him in 2022, and then Coach Wolf took it back over, led Eagle Point to their first winning record of a 14-12 season in 2023. They hadn't had a winning record before that since the 1990s, and in fact, incomplete records of Eagle Point baseball in the 1990s, even throughout the 1980s, going back to their 1978 state championship game. But Coach Wolf tasked with turning the program around. They won 12 games in 2024 and, well, only 9 this past spring. But well, it's still certainly worth noting, bringing a winning record here to North Jackson County. He heads back to the dugout. Everything remains the same. And the 1-0 count, the pitch to Corbin. Chase Barrett is on the move to third. The throw down to get third is in time. Barrett got thrown out at third. And much to the chagrin of Falcons fans, the go-ahead run has just been wiped out of scoring position. And there's one gone now for Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton in a 2-0 count. And he's 2 for 2 today. Singled in the third and scored in that inning. Now he's tasked with starting the rally instead of finishing it. Pitch to Hamilton. Misses inside. The count 3-0 to Corbin. Ryan Glidden is on deck. He'll hope to bat with a runner on. Pitch on the way. The 3-0. Curveball in for a strike. Just below the letters, middle of the plate. Hamilton will have to settle back in on a 3-1. Set is Mallory. He steps, he fires, another curveball, misses upstairs. This time Hamilton takes his free pass and is aboard at first. Glidden is 1 for 1 today. He singled back in the 5th inning of this contest. He is hitting in place of Carson Sims, who had started the game and exited after an apparent foot ailment. I think it's too early to call it an injury, but Sims took a pretty nasty foul ball off the top of his foot and is yet to be seen. As that pitch to Glidden misses in the dirt, 1-0, and good enough for Ryan. He's come in and got a base hit in the 5th inning in his first at-bat. He was left stranded there, but he's looking to come up in another big spot here for his team. The elder statesman of the Klamath Falls Falcons, the lone graduated high school senior from Klamath Union High School. We're going to have a mound visit, which means a pitching change here in the top of the 7th inning. And so we'll step aside. And it looks like we're going to have Stockton, the catcher, come in and pitch as he scurries out, or at least he'll stop catching. We'll see if he's the one who comes in to pitch. In a 1-0 count, we will step aside in a 1-1 ball game in the top of the 7th inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Top of the 7th inning, we've got a new pitcher in for North Jackson, the Royals. It's Colin Stockton, and the new catcher is Ryan McFall, The new second baseman is Nathan Mallory. We're tied in the top of the 7th inning, 1-1, and Ryan Glidden ahead in the count 1-0. We'll take a look at the numbers on Stockton here in just a moment. The 1-0 pitch. Glidden takes it upstairs. The count now 2-0 to the center fielder for the Falcons. This season, Colin Stockton has pitched in 3 previous games. This is his 3rd, though, in relief. The 2-0 is in the zone. Bell tie, inside corner, 2-1. Stockton has pitched 6 previous innings, giving up 10 hits, 10 runs, although just 2 of them earned. 8 walks against 5 strikeouts, an ERA of 2.33. And a 2-1 count to Ryan Glidden. Stockton set for a while and delivers the pitch. It misses upstairs. The count is 3-1 to Glidden. Ryan Douglas is on deck for the Falcons. We have been tied since the bottom of the 4th inning. Back-to-back walks delivered by Mallory caused his outing to be shortened, but he is responsible for the runner who stands at first in Corbin Hamilton after Corbin worked a 5-pitch walk. Glidden in a 3-1 count. McFall gives the target inside. The pitch will miss inside, and Glidden works a walk. 2 men on for Ryan Douglas. Douglas so far in the game is 0 for 2. He flew out to left in the 3rd, and he struck out in the 5th. And a big opportunity for the elevating senior for Klamath Falls. Class of 26 from Henley High School, trying to come up big. The pitch to Douglas is a curveball, finds the outside part of the plate. Now Douglas is seeing the off-speed pitch from Colin Stockton. Going to try to time it up right as the go-ahead run is in scoring position in the 7th inning. The 0-1. Here it comes from Stockton. Fastball below the knees, inside, and called a strike. The count is 0-2. Max Price due up next for the Falcons. The lineup card turns over after Douglas, the 0-2. Pitch from Stockton is a curveball that misses high. Count is 1-2. Nice job there by Douglas recognizing the off-speed pitch. Real easy to chase upstairs when you're down in the count 0-2. But Douglas wisely laying off. Still has to battle, though. Chokes up in a 1-2 count. The offering is a curveball that, again, misses upstairs. Count is 2-2. Thought I saw another set of fireworks. Apologies for the silence there, but nothing yet. The 2-2. As we get ready for the pitch to Douglas, a fastball rung him up inside and goes down looking for the second out in the 7th inning. Firm fastball on the inside corner. And now we go to Max Price. It's his turn to try and get the go-ahead run across. Both of these teams have had plenty of opportunities. But both are running out of time here in the final, potentially 7th inning. The pitch to Price is called a strike, 0-1. Again, extra innings if needed. But the Falcons trying to get this run across now. Price awaits the pitch. That one misses upstairs. Count is even, 1-1. Price 0 for 2 so far today. He struck out in the 1st. He flew out in the 3rd. Walked in the 5th and was left stranded in that inning. Stockton set with the 1-1. Here it comes. Fastball misses in over the shoelaces of Max Price. Didn't hit him, though. Just had to dance out of the way, and the count moves to 2 balls and a strike to the pitcher-turned second baseman in this contest for the Falcons. On deck is Connor Shively. The 2-1. A curveball hit in front of the mound. The pitcher, Stockton, comes off, though it's fielded by the catcher. The throw on to first is in time. McFall throws on to Garcia to end the inning. Falcons leave the go-ahead run in scoring position in the 7th. North Jackson will have 9-1-2 when we come back. Tied at 1 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
To reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
At Eisler Group, they are confident that their tax and accounting professionals are experienced and trained like no one else. From individual, corporate, partnership, estate, trust, Eisler Group stands ready to help you with all of your financial, tax, and accounting needs. They have been in Klamath Falls for nearly 60 years, raising their families here and being part of the community. The Eisler Group can be found at eislerkf.com. That's ISLERKF.com. eislerkf.com.
Bottom of the seventh, tied at 1 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Colin Tacchini will be tasked with trying to move this game into extra innings. He'll have to go through Cooper White, Nathan Mallory, and Skylar Tribber. That's 9, 1, and 2 in the North Jackson Royals order. Well, meantime, for them, the mission is simple. Get across a run and send the hometown crowd home happy. Tacchini with the first offering. In the bottom of the seventh is hit in the air to right field. Moving over is the right fielder, and making the catch is Carson Pimley for the out. So one pitch and one gone in the seventh. And we go back to the top of the order in Nathan Mallory. Mallory is 1 for 3 today. He flew out in the first inning. He singled in the third. He grounded out in the fifth. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. The first offering from Tacchini. The count is 0-1. First time these hitters have seen Colin today. He came in relief of Max Price. We'll be able to close the book on Max here in just a moment as the 0-1 pitch is on its way and popped up out of play. Foul. The count is 0-2. Max Price exited the game after 5 innings pitched. He gave up 6 hits, 1 run. It was earned. He walked 3 and fanned 7. Pitch on the way from Tacchini. The 0-2 misses wide. The count is 1-2. Mallory back in the opener today, which was a 6-2 win for Klamath Falls. Feels like so long ago now. But Mallory was 1 for 3 in that game. Here he goes down on strikes as Tacchini sets down the first 2 batters in the bottom of the 7th inning. And now we go to Skylar Tribber for North Jackson. He's 0 for 2. He walked in the first, struck out in the third, and grounded out in the 5th. Tacchini delivers the pitch, misses high and tight, and the count is 1-0. Tribber, smaller batting stance in the right side of the plate. Crouches down a bit as he awaits the pitch from Tacchini. That one misses low, and the count is 2-0. Skylar Tribber so far this season, batting .227 for the North Jackson Royals. He is 5 for his first 22 on the year. The 2-0 pitch is hit in the air to right field, playable for Pimley. Settling underneath it near the foul line, Pimley puts it in his pocket, and he ends the 7th inning. Free baseball on tap next on 104.3 and 960 Sports. At the top of the 8th inning, we'll see a 1-1 ball game when we come back on 104.3 and 960 Sports.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start?
Here, in the classroom.
On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
It's the top of the 8th inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Extra innings, and Connor Shively will lead things off for the Falcons to get things started in extras, tied at 1. Let's, while we just have a brief moment, check on the line score here for the teams. As for the Klamath Falls Falcons, they have got 1 run on 3 hits, 1 error. For North Jackson, 1 run on 5 hits and 2 errors. There's a look at it now for those of you watching on mybasin.com. Count 1-0 to Shively. Count 2-0 to Shively as another fastball misses outside to the shortstop for the Falcons. 0 for 3 in the contest. A couple of flyouts and a ground out on the ledger for him so far. The 2-0 is looked at for strike 1 in around the knees, middle of the plate, and the count is now 2-1. And it looks like Corbin Hamilton getting some warm-up tosses in the bullpen here for the Klamath Falls Falcons. As the 2-1 is hit sharply on the ground to first, foul. Count is 2-2. Could be an idea of trying to keep Takini down in terms of pitch count. He's thrown exactly 25 pitches so far in the ball game. That pitch misses high, 3-2. That's the number to be able to pitch again coming up on will be Monday, July 6th, the home game against South Umpqua. The 3-2 on the way to Shively, misses in, and a leadoff base runner in extra innings. Shively reaches on the walk. Bring up Jacoby Takini, who's 0 for 3 today. He has hit the ball hard, though, all 3 times. A line out to third, flyouts twice to left field. Really, everyone has hit the ball hard today, it feels like, as I've said. Just not many getting down. 8 hits combined between the 2 teams. Takini is showing bunt. Here's the pitch. It's going to miss upstairs on the breaking ball. 1-0. Takini pulls back in time. After Jacoby in the order, it's Colin Takini. Stockton receives the ball back from the catcher. Does a little bit of a lap around the pitcher's mound before settling back on the rubber ahead of the 1-0 pitch. Takini again showing bunt. The delivery is going to be laid down the third base line. Up with it is the third baseman, White. The throw on to first is in time, but Takini doing what was asked of him in this spot, moving Shively into scoring position. And brings up Colin Takini. Colin is 0 for 3 today. He lined out in the second, struck out, and then reached on an error in the 6th. Colin, team's second leader in RBI, looking to come up in a big spot. Pitch misses below the zone. Count 1-0. Colin this season batting .333, 27 RBI, and he has got 8 extra base hits on the season. The 1-0. Taken upstairs, 2-0. Takini trying to help himself out a little bit, give himself a lead to work with in the bottom of the 8th inning. Again, he was the one who came in relief of Max Price earlier in the game. Not a terribly aggressive lead off of second for Shively. The second baseman, Mallory, was holding him there, and the pitch into Takini was fouled off the right side, and the count is 2-1. Now to Colin. Right-handed batter awaits the delivery from Stockton. Here's the pitch. Curveball looped in for a strike. Count even now at 2-2. After Colin, it's P.J. Safford who waits on deck for the Falcons. The 2-2. That one nearly came in and got to Keeney, and the count runs full. 3-2. Shively aboard at second after the leadoff walk and advancing on the sacrifice from Jacoby to Keeney. Meaning first base is open. Here's the pitch to Colin. It's hit foul. Count remains full, 3-2. Colin Stockton came in and got the ball in the top of the 7th. It's remained out there here in the 8th inning. The 3-2 to Takini is in the dirt and gets away from the catcher. Advancing to third will be Shively, and Colin winds up at first. Runners at the corners, and one gone for P.J. Safford. Safford is flown out twice and grounded into a double play in the 6th inning. You've got to imagine that Colin is going to be on the move as Coach Teeter's giving some signs to not only PJ at the plate, but also the base runners out there. I think just about everyone feels like Colin Takini might be on the move here. Middle infield playing at double play depth. In at the corners. Here's the pitch. Curveball misses away. Takini takes off late, but he does wind up at second. I think the idea was maybe trying to get into a run down there, but now just in scoring position as the first pitch was called a strike, I believe. I thought that missed outside, but regardless, the count on the scoreboard reads 0-1. So Safford now with 2 men in scoring position in a tie ball game late, looking to come up big. The infield comes in for North Jackson, so they'll cut down the lead run. The 0-1 on the way from Stockton is a curveball that's hit foul, 0-2. Although the Falcons are on the road in this one, worth mentioning that Safford has come up in spots like this twice this year. He's got both walk-off hits this season for the Falcons. This is the right guy in the right spot for Klamath Falls. Stockton back on the rubber as he comes set. The 0-2 to Safford. Kicks, fires. Safford chases a pitch out of the zone for strike 3, and that is the second out in the 8th inning. Chased a pitch up at his eyes for strike 3. Again, that's what I was saying earlier on in this ball game. You get down 2 strikes, that high fastball just looks so appetizing, but that time unfortunately setting Safford down on strikes, as now it's up to Pimley. First pitch to Pimley is hit in the air, right side foul. The count is 0-1. Pimley has flown out, grounded out, and has walked so far. Here the task is easy. A base hit scores 1, maybe 2, with Takini, Colin Takini in at second. Standing at third is Connor Shively, who reached on the leadoff walk. After Pimley, the inning continues. It's Corbin Hamilton. 0-1 the count to the 267 hitting Carson Pimley. 8 RBI on the season for him. And a strike dropped in on a curveball. Pimley falls behind 0-2. Set on the mound is Stockton and delivers to Pimley. That one nearly hit him. The catcher knocks it down just barely. The count is 1-2 to Pimley. Carson did not play in the first of a doubleheader today, but got the start in right field. He's reached base once. Sign delivered by McFall. He gives the target. The 1-2 on the way. Misses high, trying to get Pimley with the same pitch that got the previous batter, but this time Pimley laying off the upstairs heat. Even in the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on. Top of the 8th inning, a 1-1 ball game here in extras at Eagle Point High School. The 2-2. Pimley pops it up foul. Staying alive, getting a piece of the off-speed pitch. And the count remains. Pimley loosening up his sleeve. Settles back into the right-handed batter's box. Whips the bat around and has it now set. The 2-2. Here it comes. Fastball hit in the air, shallow right field. In foul territory, the first baseman will make the catch and will end the inning. on 104.3 and 960 Sports. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th next. Tied at 1 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
the pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Bottom of the 8th inning here at Extras, tied up at 1 between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the North Jackson Royals. New man on the mound for the Falcons is Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton with a 4-0 record, 20 1/3 innings pitched. He's given up 15 hits. He's struck out 28 batters, leading the team in that category. He has yet to allow an earned run in his first 20 1/3 innings pitched. And he's hoping to keep that streak alive here in the bottom of the 8th. He'll have to go through Ryan McFall, Braden Nugent, and Colin Stockton. That's 3, 4, and 5 in the order for the North Jackson Royals. Hamilton comes in from playing first. Ian Meyer replaces him there. Former pitcher Colin Takini returns to his starting spot at second base, which pushes Max Price out to center field, replacing Ryan Glidden, who is now in the dugout for the Falcons. Still in left is Douglas. Still in right is Pimley. Safford still at third. Shively at short. And Jacoby behind the dish for the Falcons. So here's Ryan McFall, who is without a hit yet in this game. He did walk in the first and reach on a fielder's choice in the third, but has yet to, again, get a base hit. The first pitch is going to miss inside, 1-0. See Hunter Glidden getting some warm-up throws in the bullpen here for the Falcons as well. They're going to try to piece together this extra innings period as the pitch is hit on the ground out to Shively. Shively makes a throw on to Meyer at first, and there's one gone in the bottom of the 8th inning. After McFall has been set down, Braden Nugent getting ready to swing the bat for North Jackson. Today in this game, he is 2 for 3. Reached on an error in the first. He singled in the fourth, but he tripled and was left stranded in the 6th. That was the last time that North Jackson really had a shot at clinching this game, was on that leadoff triple, but they left him stranded. Here he starts the at-bat with a foul ball. The count is 0-1. Again, with one gone in the bottom of the 8th. Here's the pitch from Hamilton. Misses high and in. Had to back out of the way, did Nugent. The count is even. And a ball and a strike. Colin Stockton is on deck for the North Jackson Royals. Hamilton with the 1-1. Slider finds the zone. A nice job by Takini to frame up that outside breaking pitch nicely. Stealing a strike, to be sure, there for Hamilton, the reigning Alaska 529 midseason classic tournament MVP. The 1-2 misses wide. Count 2-2. Part of the reason Hamilton won that award was his work on the mound. 5 2/3 inning of scoreless baseball in Anchorage, where he struck out 7 batters. The 2-2. Curveball, line drive, second base, gloved by Takini at second. 2 gone in the 8th, and it brings up Colin Stockton. Stockton today is 0 for 1. Struck out in the first, walked in the 4th and 6th innings. Stepping into the right-handed batter's box, started the game as the catcher, now finds himself as the pitcher for North Jackson. Takes a first pitch fastball right down Main Street for strike one. On deck after Stockton is DeVry. Here's the 0-1. Slider just misses outside. 1-1 the count to Colin Stockton. Although he's hitless in this game, Stockton was 1 for 3 in the opener today as Hamilton gets across the heater for a strike, 1-2. Close to pushing us to the 9th inning of the ball game. Got to find one more strike in him. The 1-2. Slider swung on and missed. To the 9th we go, still tied at 1 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
We drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
Corbin Hamilton, Ian Meyer, Ryan Douglas. That's 7, 8, 9 in the order for the Klamath Falls Falcons as they look to take a lead in the top of the 9th inning. We have been tied at 1 since the bottom of the 4th. Both teams have had ample opportunities, but good pitching has kept us deadlocked at 1 for quite some time. Stockton finishing up his warm-up tosses out there to get started in the second extra inning tonight. Good news for the Falcons is tomorrow, for the 4th of July holiday, is an off day, followed by the 5th of July, which is also an off day, before they return home to play South Umpqua on July 6th. North Jackson, as I'm looking at their Game Changer account, has some kind of fundraiser scheduled for tomorrow night, and they also return to league play on the 6th of July. They will visit the Grants Pass Diggers to continue their season. It looks like they only play league games throughout the whole summer, so with them hosting the state tournament, doesn't have to worry about it all that much as they get the automatic bid as the tournament hosts. State tournament begins on the 23rd of this month. First pitch to Hamilton, misses away, or pardon me, get called a strike below the knees off the outside part of the plate. The count 0-1 to Corbin Hamilton. Takes that curveball in the zone as well. The count 0-2. Stockton goes off speed on the first 2 pitches to Corbin to get ahead. And now, well, he'll step off before delivering the 0-2. Here it comes. Hamilton swings and misses at the off-speed pitch and goes down the first out in the 9th inning. They bring up Ian Meyer, getting his first at-bat here in this contest. Looking to start a rally for the Falcons. First pitch nearly got Meyer, but he backs out and is ahead in the count 1-0. After Meyer, it's Ryan Douglas. Pitch misses low as well. The count 2-0 to Ian. On the season, Meyer batting .310. And 13 of his 16 hits have been singles. That's all he needs here to get a rally started. The 2-0 pitch on the way is taken for a strike. Inside fastball is in there. And the count is 2-1 to Meyer. comes in and replaces Ryan Glidden, who finished the game 1 for 1 today. Glidden singled back in the 5th, and he walked in the 7th. And again, this is Meyer's first at-bat as he takes ball 3 upstairs. Stockton back on the rubber, able to work out of the windup with the bases empty and 1 gone. Here's the pitch. That one came in and got Meyer. Yeah, they'll get riled up for that one as the Falcons dugout cheering it at a base runner. They'll take it any way they can find it. Meyer just got plunked for the 6th time this season, which is second most on the team. But he'll take the base, that's to be sure. As Ryan Douglas, a chance to move him over. Set is Stockton, the pitch. Popped up in the infield. Third baseman calls it off. White makes the catch. And now with 2 gone, Max Price will try and get the Falcons a lead in the top of the 9th. After Price, it's Connor Shively. Small lead off of first for Meyer. The pitch from Price called a strike. Getting a little bit off the plate outside, right around the knees. The count is 0-1 to Price. Hunter Glidden back throwing in the bullpen for the Falcons. The 0-1 on its way to Max Price. Swung on and missed. Count is 0-2. Price going to choke up a little bit on the bat. Just try to put something in play. The speed makes him dangerous, even on a ground ball in the infield. Stockton gets the sign from McFall behind the plate. McFall sets up inside. The 0-2 nearly got Price. The throw down to try to get Meyer is not in time. Meyer slid underneath the tag. He stole second. I thought they had Meyer dead to rights out at second, but just underneath the tag. And for Ian, a stolen base. That is his first stolen base of the season. Couldn't come in a bigger spot. Man in scoring position. The 1-2 is looked at for a ball, 2-2. That completely changes the complexion of this inning and this at-bat for Max Price. Still 2 gone. 2-2 and a runner in scoring position. 1-1 in the top of the 9th inning. The pitch to Price. Hit in the air in foul territory. The catcher has room and makes the catch. And that will end the inning. Still tied at 1, going to the bottom of the 9th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
It's the bottom of the 9th inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. Bottom of the 9th inning. And due up this half for North Jackson is going to be Mason DeVry. He'll be followed by John Garcia and Colton Pierce against Corbin Hamilton as he will try to push it to a 10th inning tonight. First pitch is called a strike. The count is 0-1 to DeVry. He's 0 for 1 in the ballgame so far. He struck out back in the second inning. Pitch from Hamilton, the 0-1, fouled back. Count is 0-2. And what started as a sunny, nice day here in Eagle Point was interrupted by a lightning storm. But the sun has set and the temperature continues to drop. Fans have gone to get the jackets and stick around for what's been a good ball game so far. Ground ball right back to Corbin on the hill. Underhand toss to first in time. And down goes DeVry to start the ninth inning. Don't blame him. Might have my jacket on, too, if I brought one. Was anticipating an exit of Eagle Point probably about an hour and a half ago. But with the lightning delay and the extra innings here, not complaining. But it's been a long night for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Pitch on the way to Garcia. Misses wide. The count is 1-0. Garcia 1 for 3 today. He singled in the second, has struck out in the fourth and sixth innings. Pierce is on deck for North Jackson. Hamilton takes a deep breath before delivering the 1-0 pitch. Misses upstairs with the fastball, and the count is 2-0. Garcia, as I said, 1 for 3 in this contest. Didn't actually get an at-bat in the first game, despite being a defensive replacement. Hamilton gets across the fastball outside. The count is 2-1. Delivery from Hamilton, and the 2-1 swung on and missed. The count 2-2 goes upstairs with the heater, and Garcia chased. The .330 hitter, third best hitter on the team for North Jackson. The Royals trying to settle back in at a 2-strike count. Here's the 2-2, misses wide, and the count is 3-2 to Garcia. Hamilton trying to find his put-away pitch here in the bottom of the ninth inning. Here's the delivery. He misses upstairs on the slider, and the winning run is now at first for North Jackson. And despite earning that walk there, North Jackson actually hasn't had a hit since the sixth inning. The streak for that is longer for the Falcons. They've been hitless since the fifth inning. It's been all pitching and defense here in extras. The first pitch is going to be called a strike to Colton Pierce. The count is 0-1. Unhappy with that strike call. The 0-1 was the North Jackson side of things. The 0-1 misses outside, 1-1. And that'll cause Jacoby Tacchini to come on out and have a chat with Corbin after the trading of words between the home plate umpire and the third base dugout. Probably best to take a deep breath. Everyone was watching that showdown. As the count is even at a ball and a strike to Colton Pierce as everyone returns to play a little bit of baseball tonight. Small lead off of first for Garcia. And here's the pitch from Hamilton. Misses away. And the count is 2-1. White waiting on deck. Big pitch on the way. The 2-1 from Hamilton. Kicks and delivers. It is hit down the first base side, foul. Count moves to 2 balls and 2 strikes to Pierce, who bats .304 for North Jackson this season. 6 RBI for him. Partial team lead. He's tied up in that metric. 2-2. Hamilton goes slider, misses low, and the count runs full. And this inning started with a ground out. Garcia walked. And now we've got Coach Craig Connor coming on out of the dugout. And in a full count, it looks like we are going to get a new pitcher in for the Klamath Falls Falcons as Hunter Glidden emerges from the dugout. We'll see who he replaces or if Hamilton returns at all when we come back. Bottom of the ninth inning, 3-2 count. Go ahead, run on first. Back after this on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Time to reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
At Eisler Group, they are confident that their tax and accounting professionals are experienced and trained like no one else. From individual, corporate, partnership, estate, trust, Eisler Group stands ready to help you with all of your financial, tax, and accounting needs. They have been in Klamath Falls for nearly 60 years, raising their families here and being part of the community. The Eisler Group can be found at eislerkf.com. That's ISLERKF.com. eislerkf.com.
Hunter Glidden continuing this inning as he comes in relief of Corbin Hamilton. I found out the reason for that being Corbin Hamilton reaching 25 pitches means he's at his pitch count dating back to the game from Sunday. The games from Sunday, rather, where the Falcons participated in the 5-2-9 midseason classic. And here in extra innings, ran out of pitches for those guys to throw based off their rest in the meantime. So that's why they both went exactly 25 pitches. And Hunter Glidden comes into the game. Corbin Hamilton stays in the game, by the way. He's gone to left. And Douglas has exited the game. As we take a look now at the numbers on the summer for Hunter Glidden, new man on the mound, tasked with trying to keep us tied in the bottom of the ninth. Glidden is making his 6th appearance of the year. He carries a 2-0 record. 19 2/3 innings pitched. He's given up 19 hits, 7 runs, although only 3 of them earned. He's walked 8 against 10 strikeouts. Good for an ERA of 1.07, third best ERA on the team. He's been very good this summer. No two ways about it. He's been impressive. But at this point, probably the most pressure-packed outing of his young career, at least in the high school or Legion ranks, for Hunter Glidden. It's a 3-2 count to inherit, by the way, with Colton Pierce at the plate and a runner aboard at first in John Garcia. Cooper White is on deck, and again tied at 1. Bottom of the ninth. Glidden trying to push us to the 10th. Middle infield at double play depth. Here's the 3-2. It is going to miss upstairs. And one pitch and a walk moves the winning run into scoring position for Cooper White. White 1 for 3 today. Struck out in the second, singled in the 5th, and he flew out in the 7th. Garcia the winning run at second. Runner at first is Pierce, although, again, ultimately, that run doesn't matter all that much. If the lead runner scores, the ball game is over here in extras. Showing bunt was White, but that one missed upstairs, 1-0. Corner's going to come in and protect bunt. Safford trying to stay home at third and not allow the runners to get on the move. Tough spot for the Falcons defense to be in here. The 1-0 is bunted down the third base side. It is bunted perfectly, and everyone is safe. Safford had to cover third base on that play, and that's exactly what I was hinting at a moment ago. Safford's not able to come in and protect bunt on that play, and so now you load him up for the top of the order in Nathan Mallory. Garcia to third, Pierce to second, and the bunt single from Cooper White. Couldn't have placed it any better given the circumstances. The bases are loaded in extra innings with 1 out for Mallory. Mallory is 1 for 4 today. He's flown out, singled, grounded out, and struck out. The infield comes in for the Falcons. They're going to go home with a ground ball in the infield. Timeout is called. And signs given to all of the runners in the infield from North Jackson. Glidden on the mound, takes a look around, sees Royals everywhere, and comes set. The pitch. Strike one, knee-high fastball over the plate. The count is 0-1 to Mallory. His single came in the third inning, and he was caught trying to steal in that inning. On deck is Skylar Tribber if Glidden is able to set down Mallory. The 0-1 is a curveball that misses low. Count is 1-1. Jacoby Takini, a fine job of keeping that ball in front of him. That is vitally important here in this half inning. John Garcia, to his credit, though, not the speediest runner over there at third, so you might have a little bit of wiggle room, but still trying to keep it in front of you. The 1-1 misses upstairs, 2-1, the count to Mallory. More than anything, Glidden needing to throw strikes here. A walk also ends the ball game. Mallory, the right-handed bat for North Jackson, settles in, keeps his hands back. No batting gloves as he grips the aluminum for the 2-1. Here it comes. It's a sharp grounder to third by the third baseman into left field. And North Jackson are walk-off winners in the bottom of the ninth, defeating the Klamath Falls Falcons 2-1 on the walk-off single from Nathan Mallory. We'll be back to recap it for you here in just a minute as Falcons baseball continues next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Final score here from Eagle Point High School in northern Jackson County. It is the North Jackson Royals who defeat the Klamath Falls Falcons 2-1 in walk-off fashion. For the Klamath Falls Falcons, 1 run on 3 hits. No errors for the Falcons today. 2 runs on 8 hits and 2 errors for North Jackson. They leave 5 runners on base in the contest in their 2-1 victory. The winning pitcher tonight is Colin Stockton, who pitched 2 2/3 innings of scoreless baseball, walked 3 and struck out 3 en route to the win. The losing pitcher today is Corbin Hamilton, who pitched an inning and a third, gave up a run. It's earned. He walked 2 and struck out 1. Notables today for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Hits were hard to come by today, only 3 of them to go around. Corbin Hamilton had 2 of them, and the other was Ryan Glidden's. 8 base hits for North Jackson, but none bigger than Nathan Mallory's walk-off RBI single in the bottom of the 9th inning. He finished 2 for 4, a 3 for 4 day for Braden Nugent, and a 1 for 3 day for John Beals Garcia. 2 for 4 for white as North Jackson is victorious in walk-off fashion against the Klamath Falls Falcons. This win improves North Jackson to 6-4 overall on the season and in league play. The Falcons fall to 19-6-1, 9-2 in conference play. The Falcons will have tomorrow off for the holiday. They are also off on the 5th of July before they come back home to Kiger Stadium to host the South Umpqua Lancers for a single 9-inning affair on, like I said, the 6th at 5 o'clock. Hope to see you then at Kiger Stadium. In the meantime, the Falcons come away with a split today against North Jackson. Final score in this one was 2-1. Thanks to everybody for helping me out with the broadcast today. Sean Teeters, the coach of the Falcons. Tyson Wolf, the coach of North Jackson. Both are wonderful to work with, as they have been all season long. Thanks to our official scorer today, Mike Safford, for keeping me in line, finding out, anything I don't know. He's there to help. So big thanks to Mike Safford, as well as big thanks to you for watching tonight and sticking around until this one is concluded. Whether you've been joining us on 104.3 and 960 Sports or mybasin.com, appreciate you all the same. We'll be back on July 6th as the Falcons return home to host the South Umpqua Lancers. Until then, I hope you have a great 4th of July and the following day. Make it a great one. My name is Josh Eldridge, saying so long and good night from Eagle Point High School in northern Jackson County, Oregon.